Hi, Sheila. It's Raina. I want to test the audio really quick. Can you hear us okay?
I can hear you fine. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, with that, we will start our Selma City Council special meeting, June 7th, 2022. It is 3 p.m. We're in the Selma City Council chambers, 1710 Tucker Street. Our teleconference phone number for those who'd like to join us via the phone is 301-715-8592. The webinar ID is 863-3373-5785. When on the phone, if you wish to address the council during the public comment portion of the agenda, press *9 to raise hand, and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press *6 to unmute and mute yourself. Before we call this meeting to order, could I ask for, we did change the agenda around just so we put it on the record, why we changed the agenda.
Absolutely. The original agenda that was sent out showed the special meeting starting at 3 p.m. today. And so there was a lack of clarity as to how long the budget workshop was supposed to last. So council's direction was to schedule it from 3 to 5 with the regular meeting starting right after that, assuming we had closed session items and we would have to take a recess for that. But because there were no special closed session items, we still wanted to start the meeting at 6 so that folks who were expecting the regular meeting yesterday would still be able to attend and participate in the normally scheduled agenda items. So the budget workshop was originally scheduled for 3 to 5, which is what the revised agenda reflects. So I hope that explains it.
Thank you. That we will call the roll. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra.
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro. Here. Councilmember Trujillo.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Here.
Mayor Robertson.
Here, potential conflicts of interest. Any council member who has potential conflict of interest may now identify the matter and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on that item. Oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public shall limit their remarks to 3 minutes. Does anybody have anything they'd like to say at this time?
Thank you. Mayor and council members, I'm Diane Carbray with the Boys and Girls Clubs of Fresno County. I didn't know whether I was supposed to address this now, but we have requested a budget item. Boys and Girls Club has been there in the Salazar Center since 2017. We've had the generous support of the City of Selma over the last 4 years. Our budget this year is $79,000. We have heard your request over the years to find other funding to support ourselves, and we've heard that loud and clear. So we've gone to the county and gotten community development block grants and $14,000. The Bank of America sponsors us for $5,000. Chevron Foundation is a little over $5,000. And asset forfeiture funds from the county is $2,100. And then we also received support just recently last month from the Selma Healthcare District in the amount of $15,000. So that's really been helpful. So this year we're requesting $29,000 to support the Selma Club, which was our shortfall. This is almost a $10,000 increase in the amount of funding that we've raised. So it's a $10,000 decrease for our request from the city. We're asking the city to include our Boys and Girls Club in your budget. We just feel like this is an investment in the kids and the future of Selma. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Teresa Herrera. I live at 3526 Hill Street. And I'm here today to say, first of all, I want to say thank you so much for the City of Selma for having pickleball here in Selma. And the courts really is wonderful. But the problem is that your investment is not being taken care of. Every single court has cracks in it. Around the fence has, so that the ball doesn't go through the fence, they've put up wood, like just 4x6s or along the bottom. And my wish, I've been playing pickleball for over 4 years. And for these 4 years, I've prayed and hoped that the City of Selma would put in lights so that we could play at night. Currently, we're having to go to Fowler, Hanford, Dinuba, Kingsburg. Why do we have to go to Kingsburg? I mean, I like Kingsburg, don't get me wrong, but I think our city deserves lights too. And how much could lights cost? I mean, I know it's costly, but you've already invested in having a pickleball court. Why not go all in? Resurface them, take care of them. I mean, they're really in bad shape. You've got dirt coming up from one of the cracks. If you are running to catch that ball, you have a high chance of slipping on that. And it's a fun sport. It's a great, great exercise, good community event. In fact, last week I was playing and every single court was being played on. We had to wait. We had to wait for a court to come open. So it's very popular. Many times when we do play here in Selma in the evening, we have to play until it gets dark. And then after it gets dark, then we go out to dinner or we go somewhere. So it would bring money into the city too, obviously, because, that's something that we could do after we're done playing our games. So just a thought, I hope that you will consider it. It's been a long time waiting. We really, really need those lights so that we can play at night. And people that work Monday through Friday and are at work don't have the chance to play in the morning or play in the afternoon. They only can play in the evening. And in the summertime, it's very hot. It's a great time to play around 7 or 8 o'clock at night. So I hope you will consider it. And we are definitely grateful that pickleball is here. Thank you.
Comment was relevant because it pertains to Parks Community Services, which is part of the budget. Anyone else with a comment at this time on the special meeting agenda?
Mayor, City Council, thank you for allowing me to communicate our appreciation as Selma Legacy Youth Center. We finally, after almost a whole year, got our check for $44,471, and we started tackling the obstacles that we've had. I'm saddened because we've fallen behind a lot of the goals that we had set out for ourselves because of different obstacles that we had to fixing the building and so on. I'm grateful, but I'm also saddened for the simple fact that I think that we should have been grandfathered in as being a church. And I believe in the city of Selma, there's an ordinance that when the building returns to being a church, it's grandfathered in. It saddens me that we didn't have that option, because in that time we did lose a lot of young kids, trouble kids, back to gangs, to being incarcerated. But I thank God that where we're at, that we're getting on the ball and we're going forward with this. And excuse me, but this is a delicate matter for me, because As most of you guys know, I come from that past background of being incarcerated and stuff like that. But I'm glad that we have that money now. We're working forward to doing what you guys have asked us to do in the parking lot. And we're also planning a deep sea fishing trip on the 25th. We're gonna take a couple of kids that we were gonna take them to Sacramento, but because of COVID, because of all the restrictions, because of everything that there is, it's really difficult to do that right now. So we decided to take the kids and troubled fathers and troubled kids, because these kids, they need a relationship with their fathers. So we decided that we're gonna take their fathers and we're gonna take their kids, and we're gonna try to get them to bond and to be responsible for their kids, because these kids need a role model and these kids need their fathers in their lives. And that's what we want to do in the Selma Legacy Youth Center. We want to bring back not just the kids, but we want to connect the families also to get involved and make them responsible, so we can help produce productive young men that can make a difference in our community. We're not trying to be a babysitting organization where we're just going to try to entertain them in the evenings. We're actually going to get involved with their families, and we're going to do some great things in our communities, and hopefully you guys come alongside us and be part of that. I thank for City Councilman John Trujillo and Bev and City Councilman Blanca that have been alongside us. But I just want to end with this. I just want to thank you guys and also keep you guys up to date that we are going to try to come and request $80,000 so we can go forward with the project that we have. We were set back, and hopefully with this, we can come up to date and be where we're supposed to be at. God bless you guys. Thank you guys.
Thank you for your comments. Additional comments for oral communications at this time?
Jim Aviles, 1701 Dinuba Avenue, I'm in California. As you know, I don't envy you guys' job. I was up there as a council person. I don't envy your job, and I very caution you guys, very cautionally, in the future, because I don't want you what happened to us in the past on where we were blindsided. So when you look at these budgets, and very carefully, but at the same time, we want our city to move forward. Okay, guys, we want our youth, the fire, police, people that work for the city. They're always important entities of our city. They're like the spoke of the city, of our society. You got to keep moving, and you guys making those decisions up there are very important to analyze them as well. So I caution you very muchly, but at the same time, I want you, the future of our city itself, rely on very important, get our streamline our infrastructure in play. Don't hesitate. Do not hesitate. We're going into what we call a recession era. And I want you to guys up there, ladies and gentlemen, and the city itself, to move forward on streamlining some of these issues so we get the developers on the table, on the same page. It's very important, guys, because without those developers, they're the ones that are going to keep our city driven to the next era. Okay, guys, we need the infrastructure, very important. But at the same time, we cannot hold their structure, and we got to streamline them. We got to find a way to come to the table and move very quickly. If we don't, they're gonna walk away. These guys, they're looking at like we are. Oh man, recession. Should I wait? Should I do? What's Selma doing? Are they moving forward in my project, or are they holding back? Those things are very important, guys. Because everybody's got a wish list up there. Everybody, and I do too. I want the city of Selma to grow. I seen as a kid, I seen it from ground zero where it's at now. It's moved forward quite a bit. But at the same time, I want to keep it moving forward, because we're going to have tough times on the road. But you know what? I like the Boys and Girls Club. I like Joe and his programs over there. I like the police, fire, everything. Everybody's is part of our community, and they're very important to us. And we have to maintain those continuities in our community, because the people that live here are going to stay here for a long time. But remember, the infrastructure for our society is very important right now. We got to get these people on board quickly. We cannot hold them up or hostage. We have to streamline them very quickly, guys. Okay, if you do, they're going to walk away. They're going to say, well, I'm going to hold off. Okay, that's all I got to say, guys. Thank you very much.
Comments?
1057 Mill Street. I just want to say, as we all see a recession more likely coming, I think at this point, we need to keep our employees employed. We need to have our businesses and the revenue coming in to keep that steady. I'm grateful that the healthcare district turned down one of some team that came to and wanted trips paid for the summer. Unfortunately, our taxpayers shouldn't be going to have these trips being paid for. That's not our job as taxpayer. Taxpayer money should be public safety is number one. As we're all going to learn, as we all know, there's about 1,000 homeless walking around our cities, and we do not know who they are because we're feeding them. They're sending them here for these nonprofit organizations to continue to get numbers so they can continue to get money in our town. But we are all watching and we all know who's aware of doing that. So again, please start fundraising for your trips and not expect our taxpayer money to pay for it because you have 3 votes up there. Please do the research and know where our taxpayer money should be going. Thank you.
Comments? Do we have any other oral communications at this time? Person. Do we have anyone on Zoom or on the phone?
As a reminder to those on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue. Mayor, at this time, I see no hands raised.
With that, we'll move to our one and only topic for the special meeting, which is the city council budget session for the consideration of the draft 2022-2023 fiscal year budget.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. If you would permit me a minute to get my presentation up on the screen here. There it goes. So first of all, before I get started, I would like to thank the staff that worked really hard on putting this draft budget proposal together over the last several months. All the department heads, all the employees under those department heads, and especially our finance department. We've had a pretty tough time with our staffing in finance. Just this week, our interim finance director is out on medical leave. We have another person on medical leave and another one on bereavement leave. So we're down to a payroll clerk in our finance department at the moment. But we also are fortunate to have the help of our consultant, RGS, Sheila McCrory, who you will be hearing from later tonight. But I also want to thank the council for your direction as we're putting this budget together and for establishing clear priorities that really guided us in the work of developing this budget proposal. So without further ado, I'd like to start off with an overview of how we're going to proceed through this budget proposal presentation. I'd like to give an overview of just the high level numbers and then give you some projections in terms of our revenue, how we came up with some of our primary sources of revenue, go over significant expenditures that you'll find in the budget, major initiatives that we're proposing for the next fiscal year, a list of new requested employees in the current budget, any budget requests that we've received up to this point, And then we're going to go into the departmental budgets and just kind of give overviews, and then I'll give the department heads an opportunity to answer any questions about the specifics in their budget requests. And then Sheila McCrory, our finance consultant, will present a 10-year forecast and explain what went into that forecast for revenues and expenditures. And so I would like to also mention that the revised or the proposal that was sent out to the council for review about a week ago has been significantly revised. I mean, we were working right up to about 2:30 p.m. today to make sure that all the numbers checked out. We did find some discrepancies, so I will highlight the major discrepancies in my presentation. So for the fiscal year 22-23 draft budget, we are looking at a, compared to last year, well, let me back up a little bit. Our current fiscal year 21-22 general fund budget is, as of the mid-year revise in April, I believe, a total of $17,121,052. Our estimated revenue by the end of the fiscal year is expected to be $18,850,902. So that puts us at a net gain of $1.7 million approximately. What we're proposing in this draft budget for fiscal year 22-23 is a total proposed general fund budget of $20,603,300. And we'll explain where those increases come in, total of about 20%, total increase over the amended budget of 17 million. And that amounts to $3,482,248 in terms of total dollar increase. We are proposing a full-time employee count of about 150.25, including some of our part-time employees, and part-time employees of 13.85. Excuse me, the full-time number includes all full-time employees, and the part-time number 13.85, which is a lower number of part-time employees than last year. So going into our revenue projections, our primary sources, as the council is aware, really is made up of property tax revenues, VLF in lieu of property taxes that we get from the county. We have sales and use taxes, transit occupancy tax, and as of the current fiscal year, we have the American Rescue Plan Act funding that we received from the federal government. And so for the next fiscal year, we are anticipating a 3.5% increase in property taxes compared to the estimated year-end budget. And I'd like to highlight this difference. This is not a 3.5% increase compared to the adopted budget, because our property taxes, basically all of our revenue streams came in higher than what was originally adopted. So what we're basing the increases off of are the estimated actual receipts rather than the adopted budget. So these numbers, these 3.5% increases, reflect a comparison with our estimated actual receipts by the end of the fiscal year. Our VLF in lieu of property tax, we are anticipating a 2.5% increase. We don't anticipate that if a recession does occur, that property taxes necessarily will fall off. Those are usually more stable than your sales and use taxes because they don't depend on discretionary income and some of those other things that do support sales and use, that are supported by consumer spending. On the other hand, sales and use tax, we are anticipating about a 11% decrease from our actual estimated receipts for this year. It's sort of a, blessing and a curse that we had a significant increase, more than we expected, in sales and use taxes in the current fiscal year. Everybody thought that with COVID continuing, sales and use taxes would decrease, but Selma was in a fairly positive position, and we were able to see an increase in sales and use taxes. We don't anticipate that that increase will continue. We actually are projecting that 11% decrease over our actual receipts. And that obviously takes into account a potential slowdown in the economy, potentially a recession. I think, nobody has a crystal ball, but we do have to be conservative with those numbers, especially. And then we're also forecasting an 11% increase in transit occupancy tax because of a new hotel being built off of the 99, the Hilton Hampton Inn. So transit occupancy tax is what we collect from hotel stays in the city of Selma. And I mentioned earlier the American Rescue Plan Act, about $1.2 million from the funding that was previously allocated by the city council at the February 9th meeting, if I recall correctly, which allocated $2 million to personnel, $3 million to the Clarkson lift station, and the balance to other miscellaneous studies and engineering costs for our infrastructure. Any
Before we-
questions so far?
Yes, before we move on, the sales tax, I'm just trying to track with your 10.7% decrease, because I'm looking at the fiscal year 21-22 adopted was 7,653,887, and the requested number for 22-23 is 8,371,623.
Mhm.
So where's the
Decrease. So what I mentioned is that we're not basing it off the adopted number. We're basing that decrease off of the actual estimated receipts. So that number, the $7 million figure, is what we estimated when we adopted the budget that we were going to receive, but we came in about $1.5 million higher than that. So what we're actually receiving, projected to receive by the end of the year, is about 8.7 million in sales and use taxes, and we're proposing closer to 8.3 million.
You're saying that 8.7 million instead of the adopted number?
Correct.
7.6.
Yes.
So you're saying an additional 1.1 million
Roughly.
will come in for 21-22, which takes it to 8.7, and the requested number is 8.3.
Roughly, yes. Let me, if you want the exact numbers, I can pull those up right now. Give me
That's
one
okay.
second.
Just
Okay.
the 10% that's less than the 10%.
Give me 1 second. I don't want to give you the wrong numbers. Sheila, are you on the line by any chance? Let me make a note of that and I'll come back to it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Mhm.
Okay, you estimated an 11% increase for the TOT,
Mhm.
and I know that for the new hotel, is that still on track or to be completed this October?
The latest update that we received from the Farneys was that it would be completed sometime in December. So I think it has gotten pushed back a little bit, but it's still in the current fiscal year. And we did account for just half the year of it being open.
Was down 50,000 from pre-COVID.
Correct.
That was a COVID decrease, the
Mhm.
21-22.
Yes. And
So some of that is not just the new hotel, but also just the down and staying in hotels again and traveling, right?
right, and we were conservative with that projection as well. If we do have a slowdown in the economy, with gas prices continuing to rise or at least staying high, people would be less inclined to travel overall. So we also factored that in. Any other questions? Okay. So with our expenditures, we are looking at a pretty significant bump over what was adopted last year. The biggest portion of that increase is salaries by far. Our finance consultant was working on a breakdown of that number, which we'll have shortly, but really what it amounts to is a 23% total increase that we are proposing in the police department, which includes a 3% MOU increase that was already scheduled to kick in after July 1st. And the reason that this increase is so high is because I mentioned in that first line, based on preliminary compensation study data, historically, our salaries just have not kept up. We have fallen behind significantly to other agencies in the area in terms of our public safety employees. And really, it's not limited to our public safety employees. It's really employees all around. So we're having trouble recruiting, and we're losing a lot of people to other agencies. We have people going to, Dinuba or Visalia or Sanger pays significantly more than us for experienced police officers, and we're losing some of our most experienced police officers. So having a conversation with our consultant who's putting together our compensation study that we hope to be able to present to council within the next month or so, we were shooting for a 70 to 80th percentile in terms of salary range, in terms of where we fall with other agencies. The feedback that I got based on preliminary data is that we are so far behind that we can only realistically achieve maybe a 50 percentile range based on where we are without basically breaking our budget and surpassing our expected revenues. And so knowing that the council's priority is public safety, and I think acting Chief Garza can vouch for this, it is imperative that we bring our police officer salaries in line with what other agencies are paying, and eventually over the next year or two, build up so that we can be one of the most competitive in the area, so that we can continue to bring experienced police officers. Because what we're seeing now is experienced officers are leaving the department, people with 3-5 years experience who are performing well and getting paid, in some cases, double in other agencies. And we're having to bring in or look at sponsoring people in the academy and bringing them in. And it takes them, after they graduate from the academy, probably 9 months before they can actually be released on their own to patrol. Is that accurate, roughly? 4 to 7 months. Okay. So it's a pretty long time for them to be with our field training officers and having one less person out on patrol. So in order to prevent, continue to see that exodus of experienced officers, we feel that this is a very good investment for the community to continue to maintain our level of public safety for our residents. And obviously, we're not just looking at police department, we're looking at fire as well. We're looking at fire at our finance department, HR, code enforcement, which has become a really important part of our operations. Really all positions, public works, we're just filling positions right now, and we're proposing new positions. And so what we've done is we've allocated, because we don't know what those increases are going to look like, we've allocated nearly $260,000 in non-police department positions so that we can have that available to make these increases in the current fiscal year for other non-PD positions. And that's reflected in Department 1400 Human Resources. Any questions about that?
Just a quick question.
Sure.
City Manager, what are we doing to enhance our recruiting? Are we going out and doing, going to the schools, like they go to Kings River or Lemoore or Fresno City to do some recruiting there. I know there's like job fairs at Fresno State that these cities are getting involved in doing the job fair there, looking for recruiters or recruitments. So my question is what are we doing? Are we not doing or being part of that to enhance and get more people on board? Because I'm just wondering if maybe we're missing the boat somewhere.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I can speak on the fire side that we work very closely with the City College and the Fire Academy. We have 4 interns that are starting in the next couple weeks. Several of our staff members are instructors within the academy, and we do a pretty decent job of getting recruits really that way. When we put out applications, typically we'll take a 25-person minimum, and most of the times they're lined up, at the front door to apply. On the EMS side, we're having a little more difficulty. As I've expressed in the past, there's paramedic shortages right now. And although our division chief sitting back there does a good job working with the paramedic schools and trying to recruit as best we can, due to COVID, there was a shutdown in paramedic classes. And we're just starting to see that uptick again, which again, for paramedic training takes almost a year to complete. We have some of our current EMTs that we've supported and are just starting paramedic school. But it is a little bit of a difficulty on the EMS side to recruit. But we work as diligently as we can and offer whatever benefits and incentives, including the opportunity to transfer over to the fire side, because a lot of individuals do like to start with their medical training, paramedic, EMT, and then like to transfer over to the fire side. We do offer that as an incentive as well.
Mayor and council members, good evening. Just like the fire department, we actually are actively recruiting. We talk about recruiting every single day. We do have a recruiting team, and we have a sergeant who oversees the recruiting team. We do go out to Fresno City College, to Police Academy, and to the Tulare Kings County Police Academy, which are local academies, which is our main hub where we do recruit from. We do go out to job fairs, and unfortunately, it's very difficult to recruit individuals that do not, there's a lot of people that have an interest of being a police officer. However, in order for us to recruit them and to hire them, they have to have gone to the police academy and be certified by the state of California by an accredited police academy. Now, I will be honest with you, there has been a lot of this is all over the country. There is less interest of being in law enforcement, and it started a few years ago because of the defund police movement. So unfortunately, police departments around the country did get a black eye due to that, and there's less interest. Now, with that being said, I will tell you it's very difficult to compete with all the surrounding agencies in Fresno County and Tulare County. I'll give you an example. So right now there's an academy class that just started at the Fresno City Police Academy. There's currently 45 cadets enrolled in that academy. 40 of those cadets are accounted for by Madera County Sheriff's Department. I'm sorry, Madera County, Madera County Sheriff's Department, Fresno County Sheriff's Office, and the Fresno Police Department. What they're doing is they're recruiting these individuals as cadets, and they're basically putting them on their payroll. And if they're successful in the academy, they end up hiring them. I'm not going to speak for which agencies, but there are agencies out there that, because there's a shortage and because there's so much competition with other agencies, just like the city manager pointed out, Sanger PD is a great example. They have hiring bonuses. They're I believe they can get up to incentives. I believe it's up to 24% If you look at Kalinga Police Department, their officers are starting out at about 90,000 now. You can look up their flyer, it's online. So the competition, it's very difficult to compete with these other agencies. And unfortunately, you have to reduce your standards. But city manager and myself have this conversation a lot that we're not going to do that here. We're not going to reduce our standards here in Selma because we're going to get the qualified individuals to do the job. When you start reducing your standards, officers don't start working out. You end up having to release them from probation and so on and so on. And we can have this conversation all night, but the bottom line is, just to answer your question, yes, we go out and recruit. It's very difficult when we show up with our flyer and then you have other flyers like Sanger Police Department, Kalinga Police Department, Fresno Police Department. Fresno Police Department no longer has a D step, which is their maxed out. I believe they go all the way to F now. So, and they have all these incentives. They're going to start giving other agencies, they're going to start allowing them to take their cars home. And it's an obstacle if we're in a crisis. And, that we're just talking about police officers. We're in a dispatch crisis in the state of California as well. So to answer your question, we are rigorously recruiting. We have this conversation every day. I actually just had 2 more police officers who just applied out.
So can I ask a question? Is it just
Yes.
a yes or no question to both of you? The fact that our city managers just stated that we can actually with our study, we can actually go to 80% to be at par with any department. So just with that statement alone, you guys are walking in with a basket of 2 eggs and everybody else is walking in with a dozen of eggs. So the question for both of you is the fact that in the past 5-6 months that you guys been out recruiting, do you guys see that it's a financial decision that's basing their decisions into going to a different department, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
But I think it's more of a nuanced response too, given that acting chief gave us, which is, it's also an environmental issue with the environment of the police right now due to the defund police movement. There are, I think, lots of factors playing into that. Fire department, how many people left the fire department in the last 12 months? How many firefighters?
4, I believe.
Or how many PD have we lost in the last 12 months?
In the last 18 months, I would say well over a dozen. I'm actually down 7 vacancies currently.
So, I mean, I think we can look at the financials as the #1 cause, but I think there are other causes as well. It's not yes or no, black and white. I think we have to address all factors. One being leadership. We've got a fire chief that has been there for a long time, and we have the volatility in our police department in terms of the leadership, not to take away from the acting chief, but we haven't had a full-time police chief for a year now. So I think, there are a lot of factors that need to be taken into account here.
think
Not
not
just
only-
not just the money part.
I think not only is the leadership in the police department, the fire department, it's the leadership of the city council. The fact that we're having to talk about an 80% increase into our budget to compensate our employees speaks volume to our leadership and our city council. Our leadership and our city council has to take account to taking care of its staff. If we go back and we can look at our budget and know that we have double-digit reserves and we have employees going to T-Mobile because they can't afford to pay their bills here in the city of Selma, we have leadership problems here. The past 12 years needs to change. We need to invest in our employees. Has nothing to do with any crisis. It has to do with us making sure we start paying our people properly, taking care of our individuals in our community, and making sure that we adhere to the 80%. And we as a council should say in the next 3 years, we will make sure we will adhere to the 80% increase to make sure we start getting our people and we hand you guys the ability to go out and actually hire people with the right compensation. That's what we need.
And we need to make smarter decisions in terms of the MOUs. We've had council majorities that vote for the 3-year MOUs, which quite frankly have become outmoded. With this inflationary increase, we get to the 3rd year and, those numbers are just not buying what they were before. So I think the city council, look over the last 3 years, approving these 3-year MOUs. I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that we need to take into account the effects of inflation on the buying power and how people look at what they make. So I think that's more of a nuanced look in terms of handling the finances, because on the city council, this is what we do. We allocate the money. That's what we do. And so we're seeing the effects of the leadership decisions, last couple of years, at least the last year, in terms of the 3-year MOUs and continuing those, when we really need to be looking at decreasing that MOU time. I did have a question about finance while I was thinking about it. We're adding all of this cost. Are we also going to keep our 20% statutory reserve of this additional, $20 million budget in effect?
That is a great question, Mayor. We currently, relative to the last adopted budget, we're at a 60% reserve. So we had more of a reserve than what was actually called for by our policy. And that is why we are recommending these expenditures, because we have more than enough to support it. And actually, we should have been bumping it up along the way and not stacking that reserve. That's another conversation, but we are going to be, even with this proposal, still at around 50% of our reserve.
Okay, so we're going to be at 50% of the entire budget amount, the $20 million. We're going to have $10 million in reserve. That's what you're saying.
Correct.
For this.
Mhm.
And where do we see that, the reserve totals?
So what you would normally see, let me pull up the budget. You'll notice in the general fund summary that for the fiscal year ended 1920, I believe, we had a net gain of about $4 million. Let me get there. One second. Should be about page 5. Sorry.
Of the handout?
No, that's actually in the actual budget document that I sent out. Yep. So what you're looking at is the requested budget fiscal year 22-23 general fund department summary. And let me see if I can pull that up on my screen.
Maybe we could paginate next year the page numbers.
Well, I apologize for that. That was definitely the intention. We've had issues with our Adobe. So if you look at this first column here on the screen for those following along online, you look at the first column at the end, it says net gain / loss. And that column is for fiscal year 2021.
Got it. Okay.
That goes into our general fund reserve. So if we had and we're projected to have a net gain at the end of this fiscal year of 1.7 million. So between those 2 years, we had almost $7 million in net gain that wasn't actually allocated to anything else afterwards, after we received those gains.
So maybe in the future, if we could see that, as a reserve, something where we could see what we do have in reserve, I think that'd be helpful, especially if we're talking about an 80% increase in wages. That seems so much more doable when we know that we have a $10 million reserve out there that we can keep so the actual reserve that the council had previously agreed on was 20%. So as long as we keep the 20% of the 20 million, which is 4 million, that leaves, another 6 million to allocate potentially.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And we do plan on showing that in future budgets. We're actually looking at completely restructuring how we present the budget and the workbooks and those kinds of things. And that'll be something that we do for the next fiscal year, but that's a good suggestion. I would like to point out that, well, first of all, to answer your question from earlier about sales taxes and the decrease that we're showing, we're actually estimated to receive 1.385 million in sales and use taxes this year. What we're requesting is 8.38 million. So that's where that 10.7% decrease comes from.
And those numbers are borne out by the people who do the sales tax per the city.
HDL is our consultant. Yes, this is derived directly from their data. Mhm.
And they said the city's going to receive 9.385 million.
No, they didn't say that. So they haven't actually reached out for more updated numbers. The numbers that we have are through the end of the third quarter. Excuse me, for the end of the second quarter, so mid-year. So we had to project out for the other half of the year.
We're still 6 months behind in terms of what we know we've done for FY 21-22.
Effectively, I'm sorry, 3 months behind because we did receive the third quarter update.
So this will put us at, you said third quarter or,
So this is through the end of the full fiscal year,
okay,
but 3 of those months, those last 3 months of the fiscal year are estimated
Okay.
based on a burn rate, what we've seen across the rest of the year.
conservative.
That is.
amount.
Mhm.
And when will we
That's
get
good.
those 3-month numbers?
They told me that they would be reviewing them and should have something by June 10th. So obviously,
That makes this decision harder.
it
when we
does,
don't have
it
the
does.
numbers.
But I think when we come back for the budget adoption meeting, then we will have those updated numbers, hopefully.
With the recession looming,
Mm.
that's why I think it's important to make sure we have enough reserve too.
Yeah.
Right? Because the first thing a recession does is force cities to lay off if they don't have enough reserves to pay.
Oh, that's right. And I think that's why the policy was adopted in 2019 to maintain that 20% reserve. Unfortunately, we've gone unnecessarily far beyond the 20% at the expense of some of these investments in our personnel and physical infrastructure.
And I believe the city was looking into the pension bond too,
Mhm.
which will free up about $500,000 a year for other expenses.
That was the projection, and this is a good time to bring that up because I was planning to give an update during my department report. But really, what it comes down to is the volatility in the interest rate market currently has seen that possibility of those savings dwindle quite a bit. So it's difficult to peg an interest rate at this point, even a range, just because how up and down the markets are, the short-term and long-term rates. But what we're proposing, what our consultant is proposing, is to continue with the validation process so that if rates do come back down, even temporarily, we can, press the button and just, hopefully issue those bonds quickly and lock in a lower rate. But it's just so hard to peg any sort of interest rate. At best case scenario, you're probably looking at maybe $300,000 in savings if we do get a favorable rate, which is still something. But at the same time, with CalPERS performance being very bad this year because of the fluctuations in the stock market, we're probably going to see the unfunded liabilities go up, which means that even if we do issue our pension obligation bonds, we'll be able to take out a smaller chunk of that liability. We were looking at something like 90% of the UAL. I mean, now we wouldn't even reach 70%, just estimated. But yeah, so there's challenges in the market right now, but it doesn't mean that things, won't level off. It's just the volatility right now.
It also means the city's going to have to pay more, going to have to contribute more
Mhm.
in terms of the percentage of the salaries. not
Correct.
just- And the employees when the stock market tanks like that for PERS. So that's
Yeah.
another reason to be really prudent, I think, with the reserves and with the finance, because the city council is a financial manager at the end of the day. We
That's
really
right.
Need to watch that.
So at the end of the day, in 2019, when we decided this budget and we looked at what policies would help our city, it was that fact that we did in place the policy that said that we would put 20% into our reserves. The only difference is that exactly like the mayor said, is these budgets need to come in a little more clearer so we can understand them a little more, because I think that the past 3 years, I think we've been setting aside some money in regards to do some either projects or something, because after reviewing the budget, I've noticed that we've had some maybe enterprise accounts or other things that have been, increased. And in reality, we have to be really cognizant in regards to this budget, because I'm going to go back to saying this. We are us five are the individuals in charge of the financial structure of the city of Selma. The employees will only come to us or will work for us, and they will work hard if we take care of them. I cannot walk out of this office stating that we have a 60% increase in our reserve, and we have employees, our staff is actually at the lowest level in getting paid. I cannot go that way. But what I can say is we can't also do 80%. We can't financially do that. But what we have to do is we have to get down to a number where we can actually strategically say that we can forecast for the next 2 to 3 years, we will put our staff back to the employee rate that will fare us a good game so you guys can go out there and represent the city of Selma and get the employees. And when we get the employees, we start paying people, we get actual people that can work for us and do good work. And I'm not saying no one else is doing a bad job. I'm just saying that you have to get the star of the show. We want to get the star of the show. We need to get that. So yes, we did that we did that policy in 2019, but we did it because we needed it. We've seen some numbers that we're not looking and not jiving. But I really, really feel that it's really on us. This budget should cry out, we are taking care of our employees. With the fact that we're getting into the fact and we get back that compensation analysis, we need to go back and review it. Okay, that's my own opinion.
I think that's very important too. I think we can't tie our hands by having these extended MOUs too with the labor groups, because it really, a 3-year, the market is so volatile right now with interest rates that you don't know what's going to happen, and it can really go to the severe disadvantage of employees to lock it in like that. And I think at this point, we're hearing that Selma is paying less than other cities, but I definitely want to see that in writing. I want to see the study, when that's published. And I think we've all watched the news and watched, PD, members of PD astoundingly get on the news and say, in Clovis, we need more PD. We need more officers. You need to spend more money, city, on more PD officers, because Clovis has been, go in terms of economic expansion. And there's only so much money to go around. And Clovis has been, and they've done an incredible job of growing their city and investing in all the, the homes, single family homes, and in the businesses and the planning and the building department that comes along with the human infrastructure for that. But from those officers who went on the news bravely, it was at the expense of the police department. So, and I mean, in terms of Sanger, they have an impasse right now with the fire department. So a labor impasse. So, I mean, there are a lot of issues going on right now. And I think Selma will do really well to take a look at these agreements in the future and look at the financial conditions and look at this budget and look at really allocating that increase and making sure that we have that increase and checking with the sales tax people and getting these numbers tied down so that we can make a really rational decision on where this additional money can go in terms of making our city a better place to live in. Because that's my goal. That's why I'm here. That's why I've been here for 10 years, is to make it a better city. And I remember, I don't know if we even had that 20% reserve requirement, but I think in 2012 and 13, it's when the city came up with that. And it was through the finance department to make that 20% reserve. And the city is stuck to that because it was in deficit before. The city was actually using a credit card, called a Tran, to pay its debt at the end of the year. It's like 7%. That's not rational. We don't want to get back to that. We want to make sure that we keep making rational decisions and taking care of the employees and doing the right thing with the money. Yeah. Thank you.
Let me just resume my presentation here. So we talked about the increases to both PD and non-PD positions. We're also proposing an expenditure which would be part of the $2 million personnel allocation from ARPA, of $230,000 for payroll and HR management software, which we have a payroll software which is outdated. We've been shopping around with different vendors for functionality and ease of use, but also combining that with an HR management software to manage our employee onboarding, our evaluations, our recruitment. Recruitment is huge, and for it to all be part and integrated into our accounting system and payroll software is going to be extremely efficient and allow us to really cast a wider net when we're looking to bring people on board. And then we're also proposing at the council's direction an expenditure for body worn cameras. So CRISCOM, our government affairs partner, helped us submit a grant to the Department of Justice in the amount of $74,000 for 37 body worn cameras. And the city would need to match that with $93,000 if we are successful, for a total cost of about $167,000. So we're hopeful that we can obtain that funding. We also have submitted a request with some of our elected officials to be able to fund this so that we wouldn't even have to put the match in if we do get that grant. Certainly that request was part of a broader list of requests where sewer infrastructure was our priority and their fire station funding. And we've gotten really good feedback, but we're hopeful that the body worn cameras would also be funded. And it's something that I think the police department is absolutely in favor of, even though it is costly and it's going to require quite a bit of training to use. And then another portion of our new expenditures is 7 general fund employees, which I'll describe in just a minute. So for the upcoming fiscal year, we have some exciting projects in the pipeline. One of the most significant for the city for development in general is Clarkson Lift Station. We are at roughly 60% design, would you say, Philip? And we are hoping to go out to bid sometime in the late summer, hopefully build it by the end of the year or early in the fiscal year. And that's going to open up quite a bit of development on the west side, along with other improvements. And I would like to also preface that by saying, or qualify that by saying, we also hope to combine it with iBank funding, that it's going to support other infrastructure improvements that are necessary besides Clarkson. Fire station is definitely still a priority, and Chief Peterson and I have had very extensive discussions about the timing of that funding, where that revenue is going to come from. We were fortunate that in the ambulance fund, because of the hard work of our ambulance personnel, has built up a good fund balance of about $3.5 million, close to $4 million currently, that we can use, and we're proposing to use about $750,000 of that in the upcoming fiscal year for the design of the fire station. And so we're looking at developing the RFP, and we'll come back to council at some point in the next month or so with some options with regard to the delivery method of that RFP for the design. So stay tuned for that. Anything you'd like to add about that, Chief Peterson? Great, thank you. As you know, we also are working hard on the Thompson Avenue Park. That's hopefully going to be funded by Proposition 68, the $4.4 million that we received from the California State Parks. We are anticipating receiving word any day now, could be as late as July 1st, about whether our site location change will be approved, and also about whether the grant deadline will be extended by an additional 12 months. So we will keep you posted on that. And Michael can attest to the fact that we've been following up nonstop with with the state, and they've just been pretty busy with our next item, which is our existing park improvements and the per capita grant. You know, we've heard from the community about the need for improvements to our existing parks, and we heard tonight about improvements to the pickleball courts at Bretlinger Park, and you know, that is something that we were able to obtain funding for, not specifically those improvements, but if that's what the community would like to see, then certainly we can direct them to those improvements. But then also the council allocated an additional roughly $300,000 from the ARPA funding for improvements to our existing parks. So we we are looking forward to utilizing both of those funding sources to make those improvements to our parks because it is necessary. As we talked about already, looking forward to implementing our personnel system and salary improvements. We talked about the pension obligation bonds and where that stands. Our sewer infrastructure funding, we mentioned iBank, but also the ARPA funding that council allocated, an increase in grant funding. This is going to be important for us because as we are looking to really grow not just our community, but also our resources to be able to fund the projects and initiatives that the council and the community wants to see, it's going to be critical for us to go after grant funding at a higher rate than we have in the past. Unfortunately, we haven't had great grant funding infrastructure in place, but our deputy city manager with our economic development analyst and our consultants, Chris Com and Townsend, we're putting together a really good strategy for the upcoming year that's going to include active transportation funding, CDBG funding for infrastructure, for public facilities, have a really good idea of what we're going to target this upcoming year. So we'll present that to council when that's ready.
City Manager,
Sure.
thank you for that TOD funding too. Don't forget about
Yes,
that for
thank you.
bike path. Also, I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense, and the grant funding infrastructure is really important. And right now, I've heard it said over and over and over, get it while you can, because the state has a $97 billion surplus. Half of that goes to the schools, but the other half goes to the cities. So there are cities out there that are increasing, they're jacking up their grant expenditures by 200% and 300% to find those grants, because there's a ton of state money right now. And probably we won't see this amount of money for a long time from now, or maybe we will, but I haven't seen it before. I don't know if anyone's seen these types of surpluses. So I think that's well taken to get the grant funding and to get professionals who can find that grant funding and have that in place to find it, to fund all these improvements that we need in the city.
That's a great point, Mayor. As a follow-up to that, finding grants is one thing. Implementing the grants and managing them is a whole different animal. And what we have seen here in Selma in the past is that, we go after Department of Justice grants or other types of grants, and we don't have the capacity to manage them and implement them. We've had to give money back in the past because, we just don't implement them. And so if it is council's desire, knowing that it is a priority, if it's a consensus with the council that we pursue additional resources, Deputy City Manager Terry and myself have discussed the possibility of adding at least a part-time position to manage and find additional grants in partnership and coordinate sort of our strategy. So if that's something that the council would like to see in this budget or even, the mid-year budget, we can certainly include that.
Are you stating that that individual is going to manage them? Because that's where I see more of the bottlenecking. I don't see you can grab the grant, but what I've seen money, and I've seen this, and I'm not saying anything else. Are we saying that we're actually talking about a person that's going to manage them also, or just going?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. Rob Terry, Deputy City Manager. The conversations with the city manager and myself have really revolved around having a person on staff that has the background in overall grant management. And then what they do is they work with the individual departments or staff that will be actually implementing the ones that are implementing whatever those grant dollars might be. If it's public works and parks, if it's police, body worn cameras, those type of items, you have the actual on the ground administration and implementation. Then you have in the background all of your grant management, your reporting, your administrative responsibilities. Oftentimes that's where the biggest challenges come in. And the out there that gave the grant either don't receive back the type of reporting or the type of feedback that they're really looking for on the administration. And oftentimes your reporting will fall short either on just dollars, reporting the dollars, or the actual impact that the implementation had. And as a result of that, you either sometimes have to give money back if they feel that it's been misappropriated or not used appropriately. Or even worse, you simply are looked at as an agency as in the future. We don't want to consider that agency because the reporting was very poor. We don't feel that So it's setting that reputation and then maintaining that reputation. When they see something from the city of Selma come, those guys were on it last time, right? And so then each time you're going for grants, and it is amazing with the millions and millions of dollars of grants that are available out there, the grant world, as far as reputation, how it travels, it's a small world when it comes to that. Amazing how often agencies are known for their either very strong oversight or their very poor. Type of person that we're talking about is the one that is really going to be the one background and the professionalism to understand the administrative responsibilities, and they will then work individually with the departments and the staff members there that are doing the day-to-day implementation of it, and then they will oversee and assist each one of those departments in making sure that administrative and reporting is done appropriately.
And will that person also have complementary strengths in terms of finance? It seems like it's an exercise in
Absolutely.
finance, and you could bring somebody in because grants I've seen in the past have been feast or famine. You know, when the money's a little tighter, if we do head in the recession, these good times may be over. And what do you do with the employee whose, you know, performance is based on what kind of grants they got for the city and how they implemented them? It would seem to be important to have somebody who has complementary strengths as well, especially in finances. It
Very
seems the
much
city's
agreed.
looking for that personnel right now.
I would think, Mayor, that both finance and you see oftentimes at the economic development side as well, they understand local businesses, they understand local services. So really having somebody that has that background there and that flexibility to be able to for the city during that feast and potential famine. Exactly who the type of individual that we.
And if I might add, I mean, the conversations we've had have been to house them under finance, particularly because they could also manage our contracts. So they could keep track of when our contracts are expiring, when they need to go out to RFP, you know, and whether we need to find new vendors. So I think those two things at the administrative management between contracts and grants is very similar, because grants are essentially contracts with state agencies or other agencies that we need to manage. So if that's something, and that would require a full-time position. So if it is council's wish to add that, we can certainly come back on the 20th with that added into the budget.
City manager, deputy city manager, I just want to ask, I'm just a little disturbed to hear that, which I've been around a long time, we haven't had a qualified individual or a person, a specialist, to be able to oversee these type of grants or go after them. And so, and what I really don't like to hear is that we have to give money back because we're in need of money. Perfect example, like Miss Teresa Herrera stated, we need lights for pickleball courts. I mean, that's something that we don't want to be giving money back. I mean, we could use it for some things like that. So wouldn't we want to put that kind of position as a priority for staffing? Because that position's been going to be very vital for, right? I mean, I would think we would want to put that as a priority.
I was just going to mention that we have to think about, we're a business. And so one of the things that we do a lot, in my field is, we're a very, like you said, the development world is pretty small. It's pretty small. So, with us, they know Housing Authority put out for this grant or put out for this application and we get it, well, we have a really good development team that generates a lot of money for the agency. Even though we're a public agency, we still get a lot of money through the development team. And that's one of the things that I was thinking about is we really need to find something that we can actually generate money. And this is actually something that I'm in support of getting that person, finding that person, that key person. Do this a full-time, I would say full-time, because they would benefit from the procurement side and from the grant writing and making sure the contract. I feel that it's a very vital position, and like Councilmember Guerra said, we don't want to be giving money back. We don't want to be giving money back because then we can't grow. And so if we can get these grants, our city, and then we can. What else can we do?
Come back on the 20th, I think it was unannounced.
Yes, we can do that, and we can propose adding it to the master salary schedule at that time as well. Thank you for that discussion, council. And then just a couple of last items there, the launch of our online permitting system, which our community development department is working hard on, and we're probably going to be launching it within the next couple of months, if I'm not mistaken, or we're testing it now. So that's going to be huge for our development process and streamlining that. And we heard comments about streamlining, permitting and projects. And then also, we have significant IT and security, I wouldn't say deficiencies, but things that we need to fund and improve on. We have, ideally, we would be changing out our workstations every 5 years, our computers. We have Windows 7 computers still that are running throughout the city, which is a major security vulnerability. And so those are going to be the first things that we're tackling. But we've also considered, yeah, absolutely. So, but we've also considered cybersecurity as a big threat. I mean, we saw what happened in Fresno with the phishing and. Mhm.
So, question real quick. Are you guys implementing, as we improve our software or our security equipment, are we gonna, and just an open question, are we gonna install a master plan for our facilities in regards to upgrading, to adhering to how many months or years will you be salvaging our property?
So kind of a rotation schedule, like a plan for, yeah, absolutely. I mean,
That's how then we can actually add it to our budget, and we know that our existing furniture, computers are gonna be are gonna go for 3 years. It's factored in our budget. In 3 years, we've already compensated for that. I know we haven't been doing in the past, but are we going that way?
absolutely. Yeah.
I was just going to say, right in line with that, we've already started to put together the inventory of everything that we already do have right now, including the age, the operating system on the computer side, all of those type of items, so that we can do exactly that. We know the oldest ones, the most critical ones, the ones where we're seeing that failure happen, so that we can be budgeting for that as soon as possible. And the entire goal from that is then to just have that on a rotational basis. As part of it's no different than a capital improvement program, right? It just happens to be done for some of your in city hall infrastructure.
Yeah. Good.
City has it as a CIP, does have a capital improvement program, and
Correct.
needs to adopt the procedures of the PD and the fire, because they're always replacing their vehicles, always. Every few years they come out, they change out their vehicles, getting the new ladder truck. In terms of the, since we're talking about IT, we pay, I see in the check register every month, they make like between 9 and 11,000 a month. I don't even know who the person is. I knew it when they first started a couple of years ago, but I wouldn't know who to call if I had an issue with IT with the city. It just doesn't seem like, from my bird's eye view, that they're extremely hands-on at this point, and they may well be. I just don't know. But I think it would benefit the city to get recommendations from these IT specialists. I think they came to the council a year or two ago about, hey, for an upcharge, we can provide you with some ransomware coverage. Okay, that's great. That's going to make you money, but maybe to have somebody that really has the back of the city, maybe we need somebody on staff with the city, who's the IT specialist, rather than subcontracting that out. And it just kind of goes towards where I believe we're going as a city and where we want to be, which is, not just having people who are coming in and making money on the city, but having continuity and having employees. I mean, I think that's really important to have faces and names who people identify with at the job level. And, I hear today that grant world is small, so is the employment world. People know what goes on in these cities. People know what happens in the employment. And I think we got to treat our employees right. We have to set a good example, and we need that longevity. And I think we can do that in all the positions that we hire for, by having longevity and honoring the folks that work for the city. And back to IT, that Windows 7, I mean, that's ridiculous. You know, I can't believe they can still get on, you know, they're not even on the edge. So I think it's really important in a sector that's so rapidly changing and upgrading that in technology. And I'm disappointed in DataPath that they're not making these recommendations. If they are not, that, hey, you know, you need to upgrade your systems because what are we paying? You know, they're the experts. They should be letting us know that. Right. And if we had somebody on staff, maybe they could be coming to council and giving us we could have departmental report for the tech person, you know, the IT person who's really good at IT, or getting that information to you guys so you can make that report.
Yeah, and an RFP for a new data IT consultant has been something that we're looking to do within the next few months. Go ahead. The contract wasn't extended.
Ransomware and that
Yeah.
kind
It
of
wasn't
thing.
extended.
Well, it was extended for another year, but it wasn't extended.
10-day cancelable. So, right?
Yeah, we can end it at any time, essentially. So the RFP is still definitely in our plans for a new data consultant or IT consultant, because we do use a different consultant for police department. So there's inconsistency there as far as who's providing services for us. So yeah, I mean, we can absolutely look at an on-staff person. We do have someone on site 2 days a week with DataPath, and you know, they're always out and about, you know, handling issues. So they are a little bit overstretched, but it might just be a matter of whoever we do sign a you know, 3 to 5 year contract to say, we would like you here 3 days a week or 5 days a week or something like that. And then have a clear plan for developing that rotation.
150 people using computers potentially. Probably all the time, maybe even more.
Right.
And that's a lot of people. A lot of issues could come up from that.
But if the computer is a 2007 Windows.
Yeah, they're not being
I
very
mean-
productive.
I mean,
And I mean, those are only being used, I think, for clocking in and those, but that is still a security concern. I mean, people can hack those really easily these days. Yeah.
I don't even think Microsoft's not even providing support anymore for
Exactly.
7.
Okay, we will definitely do that analysis. Thank you.
It's 4:20, city manager. Is everyone good with a brief break, a 5-minute break? We'll come back at 4:26.
Sounds good.
All right, whenever anybody's ready to get started again, we'll get our seats.
Dana. Little hot in here.
Is,
Dana, it's kind of hot.
Rena, you want to turn up the air a little bit? You want to turn up the air a little bit? Yeah, colder.
Yeah,
Couple
so
degrees.
turn it down.
All right, we're back in session. City Manager, you want to continue?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So you can see on the screen that we have a list of new requested employees for the upcoming fiscal year budget. The majority of those positions are coming from the general fund, and one of them is split between a couple of different funds. But I'll start with the police officer, pop gang detective. And, you know, the council has had many conversations and feedback from the public about our homeless situation and the increasing number. Decreased for a little bit. Now we're starting to see it come back up. Historically, we had a problem-oriented police officer within the police department, but that position was eliminated, I believe, in the last fiscal year budget. We are proposing to bring that back and also double as a gang detective because we are seeing increased gang activity, as some of us are aware. But the value of having a POP officer is that is someone who is able to develop relationships with some of these folks on the street, is able to track them more easily than, let's say, a code enforcement officer or a police officer who is, you know, is just on their shift. And, you know, it's more about relationship building and being able to direct them to the right resources and address some of those issues that are specific to homelessness issues. So we are proposing that new position in Department 2100 of the general fund. We're also proposing an administrative assistant position. And if I think our police chief, Acting Chief Garza, can elaborate on what the purpose of that admin assistant is as well. But we're also looking at a nutrition coordinator part-time to be able to support our nutrition program at the senior center, because we want to be able to give more time to our recreation coordinator, who we're hoping to promote, to give her more time to focus on programs like recreation leagues and those kinds of things, and not be completely focused on the nutrition center aspect of it. And we believe, you know, in my discussions with Michael, that a part-time nutrition coordinator position would be sufficient. And then next year we can look at funding that with the FMAAA grant from the county for nutrition assistance. And then we are looking at bringing back the public works supervisor position to help us out in that department, as well as 3 new maintenance workers. You know, that we're understaffed right now in public works for sure, but as we're looking to, you know, keep up with our LLMDs, with our parks, our park improvements, and then a new park that we're building, Thompson Avenue Park, we're definitely going to need those positions. That's not to say that all of them will be funded at one time. It's just a matter of when we can bring those people on board. And then you see that the public works supervisor is split between our internal services fund and our general fund. And then under non-safety, under the ambulance fund, we're proposing a non-safety EMT and 2 non-safety paramedics as well to support our growing ambulance operation. And so if any, Chief Garza, if you'd like to elaborate on the administrative assistant, and Chief Peterson, if you'd like to also elaborate on the paramedics, much appreciated.
Sure. Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. So the administrative assistant, so the last administrative assistant we had, I believe, was Gladys Stafford. That was I believe she left in 2006, 2007. And just a fun fact, she was here over 50 years. So with that being said, a few years ago, there was an administrative assistant that was budgeted. However, that position was never filled. And then when the POP detective was eliminated, so was the admin assistant. So basically right now I am the acting chief, the commander, and the administrative assistant for the police department. we do not have one, and this administrative assistant would not only support the chief of police, but it would also support the support services division and the field operations division. As you know, the administrative assistant wears a lot of hats, and there's a lot of duties that go into this, and especially support. And this position is crucial to our police department. Obviously, we had one for over 50 years, and we haven't had one since. And other departments, I know fire department, and does have administrative assistants to support their personnel as well. So administrative assistant would be very, very helpful for our agency and help us get back on track.
And for the EMS side, the full-time EMT there, it will start July 1. It will be for the full year. That position will take over a position that's currently being filled by part-time EMTs. Those part-time hours will be transitioning over to a fourth ambulance. So that EMT will start and fill out the third ambulance, which is a 12-hour ambulance. Those part-time hours will switch over and allow us to staff a fourth ambulance. As
The
part of our
revenue,
expansion.
what's the annual revenue per ambulance?
We're projecting just in collections from billing, we're projecting around 2.1 million. That does not include IGT.
Per
And
ambulance?
for ambulance, yes.
All 4 ambulances.
For all 4 ambulances, yes, it's a conservative projection of 2.1 million. That is just for what we collect through our billing services. That does not include what we will collect from IGT.
If you did factor in the IGT and you did a kind of a total number of what a single ambulance brings in, do you just have a ballpark number and for that?
Oh, I can get that to you. We don't have it broken down into what one single ambulance. I can tell you that we are still turning over about 100 calls on a monthly basis.
You're turning them over to other
The
places.
outside agencies that come in. It's kind of a catch-22. We respond about 70 times a month into other agencies' territory, Kingsburg, Metro, Parlier. And in turn, then they end up coming into our area about 100 times. So that's what we're trying to catch is those 100 calls. We average somewhere between, depending on the time of the year, which is kind of strange, but that's how our billing company explains it to us, anywhere between $450 to $550 per call. So that's kind of how we're looking at it.
Looks like the IGT is down this year. Is that because of a different rate structure? Or is that because more people have actual health insurance coverage these
No,
days?
it's because we're accounting for it differently this year.
Okay.
And previously it would be accounted as the whole lump sum, including the money that we have to pay
back
the
to get
money
that
back. Correct.
with a factor.
And in doing so, back then, what finance would do would be to drop our projections from billing to account for the money that we pay into IGT. This year, instead, we upped our projections for billing to show a more accurate accountability of it. So we upped the projections for billing and then accounted for what the new funds will be for IGT. The actual new money.
The
that
money
we'll
that
get
you
back.
have sent back, is that an actual expense, shown as an expense? Or how do you account for the money that the city sends back and then receives that bigger lump sum factor?
Right, that'll be accounted for with the current reserves. So the reserves will go in, and then when we get the lump sum back, that accounts for the reserves that went in.
Sorry,
That accounts for the reserves that went in, and then the projected new funds.
got it. Okay. Thank you for that.
And the 2 paramedic spots are actually 6-month spots. We don't plan on implementing them until the end of the year in January, and that's part of that expansion.
The budget will reflect 6 months expenditure for those positions. Thank you. Acting
months,
Chief.
not 12 months.
Correct. So total of 12 months between the two paramedic positions.
Are those going to be filled? Or are they really, it sounds like they're hard to find. Paramedics are harder to find than the EMTs.
We hope so. Again, active participation in recruitment. We hope that the salary study helps us out significantly. And then by January, we do anticipate seeing some of the new recruits, I call them recruits, but students coming from paramedic school that will start to come into the field and be put into the mix.
I remember the city used to do a lot of EMT classes at the fire training center. That's what it was conceived as first, as an education center. Did that bring in people that would turn into paramedics and EMTs? I know they didn't work for the city at that time, but would that be a good way to attract more people?
We are able to attract EMTs and the ROP program, and I believe that's the one that was instructed here when we had an instructor that taught the ROP program. They still have that program, and we still do recruit, even though we do not teach it here. But we are able to recruit EMTs a little more consistently right now than paramedics.
City manager, just a point of procedure. The salaries, let's say the salary schedule comes out, it's comprehensive and it calls for increases, since the city hasn't increased its salaries in 3 years in many cases. How would that happen with the MOUs? Would the city then go back into negotiations with the MOUs to increase those salaries? And it probably wouldn't be a huge tough sell, but is that the procedure?
Sure, we would probably, for those, because we're currently in negotiations with some of the MOU groups, some of the bargaining units, the ones that have agreed to MOUs last year, we would do side letter agreements. So we'd basically do an addendum to the existing MOU, changing the terms, and then we'd bring that back to council for approval.
You would anticipate going to all of the groups,
Oh, absolutely. Mhm.
not just one group.
No, all the groups would be affected by it. Any other questions? All right, so, and then we also wanted to highlight the requests that we've received for this year, budget requests and support agreements. The last item there, I'll get to, prior to Pastor Joe's comments earlier, I had not received a formal request, but if it's council's desire to update that, we can. I'll start with the Chamber of Commerce. Per our 1994 agreement, up until about 2005, according to the Chamber of Commerce, we were paying them $30,000, and then because of the financial situation nationally, it was cut down to about $12,000, and then increased to about $16,000 around 2016. And then last year, the chamber requested the full $30,000 again, which was granted by the council. And so in this budget proposal, we are keeping that allocation consistent unless we receive direction differently from the city council. So we are allocating $30,000 per the agreement that we have with the council, with the Chamber of Commerce. The Boys and Girls Club, as Mrs. Carberry from the Boys and Girls Club mentioned earlier, has requested $29,060, mostly due to the fact that they were able to raise funds from other sources. And then Selma Unified School District, we are proposing to keep the arrangement that we have with the district and keep a SRO there, a school resource officer. Certainly with the proposed increases, that cost would increase for both the city and the facility, because we do split those costs 50-50. So we do propose to, and this is a rough estimate, $58,785 is the allocation that the city would be putting towards that SRO. But if that changes with the result of the compensation study and some of those other factors, we can come back and adjust that amount. And then, as I mentioned before, the Legacy Youth Center, we had not received a formal request, but based on comments received tonight, we can modify that. Any questions or comments?
Couple of questions.
Sure.
Chamber of Commerce, are there actually any employees at the Chamber of Commerce?
I'm not aware that there are.
We've got an officer of the Chamber of Commerce here that just that turn to you. Are there any employees at the chamber?
Not at this moment, no.
But what would the 30,000 actually go to fund?
Typically, I think, depending on like our projects, the way it went this year, we didn't, we were just trying to make sure we stay stable, not like go under. And with the money that you guys were given. I think eventually we do want to hire somebody, but right now we're just trying to make everything, went in there, looked at everything, make sure everything, brought it up to date, everything, the finances and everything. Then when we bring somebody in, we'll have a clean set of books and everything to show somebody how they can work. We eventually, I think, our goal is after this year, we've done everything 1 year without anybody. I think as soon as this year's over, we've done every project. So we know what it entails and how much money we do make on some, because we do pay it. Like this firework thing is $20,000. It's not like, it's not chump change for us. We do have to make some money too, so it's not like we take the money and go spend it on anything big. It just keeps, what we do for the community, we do like the ribbon cutting and we do socialize, trying to get our people together and the company, the different businesses together. So I think it's just, and it's not like we need the money to go out to anybody, but I'm just saying we're trying to get ready to bring somebody in to do a job, and it's like, if we can't offer good money, we won't have a good person in there. And, because to manage this, it's like, say, Bob Allen did a great job. He just retired. So I think.
I think it's more than what you're asking, Mr. Mayor. I think the fact of the matter, just the word Chamber of Commerce represents economic development. I think the fact that we want to invest and we want to bring in businesses and we're giving that Chamber of Commerce $30,000. When you go back and look at other cities that are smaller than the city of Selma and they're funding them 100,000, economic development is the Chamber of Commerce. First business comes into the city of Selma, they come and they meet with the Chamber of Commerce. So when we start talking about why we're funding the Chamber of Commerce, it's actually why are we not funding it enough? That's my own opinion. So I think the Chamber of Commerce, $30,000 is way out for the city this big. I think the question should be, why are we not funding it enough? Not why are we not funding it $30,000?
And I think the response is because there's nothing to fund. I think right now, as the director said, they're just
That's not the case.
holding the line, just trying to stay in existence. And once you find somebody really good, really dynamic, who will take the chamber to the next level, then I would love to see that. And I would be very favorably inclined towards, a bigger number for that reason, to bring somebody in who could grow it and reach out and, take the chamber to the next level in terms of technology and contact and support with these businesses.
Compared to most of
I
the
have a
others.
quick
go
question.
ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know you and I talked about it and in regards to the chamber, because it is being funded by public funds, which my question is are they profitable, when they do these events?
That's well, I would say we're going to do a project and if it's not profitable, we would not be doing it next round. So far, like I say, this year we're doing everyone, by itself, and we have done it and it has been plus, which is really good. Because, and then of course we rent the building, there's bills to be paid. It's not like you say, we got a volunteer person that's in there that does all the stuff right now for us. But, it's like the rent, there's rent, utilities, everything else that has to be paid.
I get that, but like 4th of July, I mean, there's times when it's so packed, we get people from all over. Is that a profitable event?
I would say after $20,000 for the fireworks. It still is because we do get some sponsorship for it. So we're hoping the way it is this year, the fireworks with the sponsorship should be paid for. So, and the only other thing we make money with, okay, it's at the gate. The sponsorship mostly is through the program and that goes toward the fireworks. So whatever we get is probably from the gate money because we don't get any other money coming in from there. I mean, we're doing it for the community also, you know, because I say with COVID, it shut everything down. Now we're trying to get our community back together. And so, I mean, the support is always there, you know, fire, police, everybody's always been supporting, you know. It's kind of nice to have something in your own city and be proud of. And that's one of the projects I think it
I
should be
agree.
proud of.
Really enjoy, because we do get people from outside of your surrounding cities, and the fact that we do it on the 3rd and not the 4th like everybody else just gives that person, you know, the opportunity to come and see fireworks. But yeah, I agree.
I'm just looking forward to a new dynamic leader that comes in that really does.
I think so. Then for sure, like I say,
Works
maybe
on that.
then at that time, you know, we'll work.
One in line, like the Boys and Girls Club.
Feel free in any order.
I could opine on that. I think the Boys and Girls Club has done a great job and they've done exactly what the council asked them to do, which is go find other ways of funding. They've done that. They went out and found 5 different revenue streams and came back with a reduced request. I've been out there several times, the Boys and Girls Club, and they've managed to survive even with COVID. And they have the new unit director, Ruby Torres, who's a Selma native. And she's done an outstanding job and had some great programs. And it's nice to see a club like that take root and grow and thrive even in really difficult conditions. I think that's been a success story out there. So I like that. The Selma Unified. Well, stop there if anyone else wants to talk about the Boys and Girls Club.
Well, I'll be the first to say that when they came in the very first year, when I was in council, they were requesting, we had an amount, we approved it. The second time they came back with a higher amount. And that's when I started questioning, what are they using as, you know, where are they getting more funds? And I think we should be questioning that for every club, not just one. I know that we sit down and we nitpick, you know, what their status is on, you know, their projects, but on what they do. But at the end of the day, they're servicing our community. So, and I applaud them for coming and doing this and what they did. They walked their talk. So I'm in agreement with the 29,000.
Yeah, I agree. I've always been a supporter of the Boys and Girls Club. And they've done exactly what we've told them to do. You know, they also give reports, you know, how many people are attending. They'll give you a report like that. So that's a great to know. Her Ruby Torres is outstanding. And I've heard from other clubs, Boys and Girls Clubs. You know, Selma has a great reputation for their Boys and Girls Club. So I'm really proud of their services and what they provide to our community for our kids. Mhm.
And it's in a high impact area and there's a mural that's going up there. And I just think that it's really coming along at the Salazar Center. It's really, really nice to have that. Yeah, Selma Unified School District, the school resource officer. I was against that. I'm absolutely for the school resource officer, even more than one, but I'm not for the city participating just because of, in terms of revenue and expense, it's the school district that's really employing the officer, not the city. And I don't know why the city is actually funding that, especially when you look at the surplus in the state of $96 billion and half of it has to go to education. School district's making out pretty well in terms of finances. And it looks like they could afford that. So I think it's really, really important to have a school resource officer, as we've all seen, especially in events of the last couple of weeks. But for the city to pay that, that's something I don't agree with.
I would like to say, city manager, if we could look at that, because I know that, you know, parents are very concerned. And myself having a daughter in a freshman, you know, she'll be going. I hear it all the time from parents. What are we gonna do about this? You know, should we put someone at the middle school? Should we start putting kids at all the schools? I mean, it's gonna come down to that. And that's something that, you know, we're gonna have to look at overall.
Sure.
Because it may not just be one or two, it may be more. So I think we need to take, you know, that approach with the city, with the schools. Get together, talk to them. Hey, what are your, you know, what is the state doing about this? Because they're gonna get funded, you know. So those are kind of conversations that we need to have with the school in the unified and see what's their direction, you know, what are they looking at?
Well, I can share with you that Acting Chief Garza and myself met with Superintendent of Selma Unified, Dr. Shepard, and they did ask us about the possibility of adding another officer, school resource officer, specifically at the middle school. And, you know, considering the difficulties that we currently have with recruitment, it was tough to say, yes, we can commit that right now. But we did promise with the council's blessing to revisit that at the mid-year to see where we are with recruitment, whether we're fully staffed for patrol operations, and then, you know, enter into any negotiations if that's council's direction for a second officer and how that would be funded, you know, with the state. They'll have a much clearer idea about the state surplus at that point and how much money they're receiving from there. So we did, that's where we left it with Dr. Shepard. Acting Chief Garza, do you have anything else to add to that?
I think you hit on it. One of the things, since we're talking about this this topic, which is a very, very touchy and important topic, I will assure you that we did let the school know, we did assure the school that we will have high visibility at every school. Officers have a direction to close patrol the elementary schools as well. But you're right, it's gonna come down to, I see it within the next couple years, staffing a police officer at every school, and especially because of the
Or some kind of
the
security.
tragic incident that just happened a few weeks ago. So I can see that.
What we're really saying is we need dialogue with the school district. We need dialogue with the school
Yeah,
district. to
and
make sure-
I will tell you, I will, not to pat ourselves on the back, but I will. I will tell you that we have actively been participating in meetings in regards to the elephant in the room, the active shooters at the school. Prior to this incident, we conducted about 4 active shooter trainings to all their staff and to our staff as well. We actually had a meeting with the fire department as well last week to tackle this issue, to make sure we're on top of it, because our students should be number one. And we have been putting a lot of thought, a lot of training, and a lot of communication. The school district is very pleased with our communication. I can get on the phone with them at 6 o'clock in the morning. They'll answer the phone. I can tell them what we need done just because of different incidents that have occurred, and they're on it, and they're really appreciative with our communication.
Want to, applaud you for that, because I think that this, and I'll go back to saying it, it's a partnership, so regardless of, I think that we should still help out with this, this resources, because again, it's a partnership. We're keeping our students safe, in conjunction with the school, and with just all these different shootings and different that are happening. I think it's very important. One of the other things I think that needs to be addressed and looked at is, and this again is in a partnership. I know we have a great mental health person on staff, or they help out.
Crisis work.
Yeah, the crisis work. So I know that they're great at that. So I think it's goes beyond just that partnership and having the SROs, there. I think there has to be like those collaborations of mental health and just different things and I keep saying it's a partnership, you know, should help out, you know, because it is again a city, we're keeping our city safe as well.
And partners, work together and they meet pretty routinely. And like I said a couple of years ago, we should be meeting routinely with the school board. We should be meeting and discussing in the healthcare district, in the cemetery district for that matter. We should, as the leaders of the city, we should be having open forums for the people to address their concerns. And what could be more vital than the events of the last 2 weeks and all of these shootings? This would be a time, and I know it will be uncomfortable for some people, but this is why we're here. This is when we really need to band together and have meetings at all level. And the acting chief's done a great job with the admin of the school district, but we as the elected leaders also need to interface and communicate with our partners at the school district also. So I would renew my request for that as well, to have those meetings in the future, and hopefully that will find some fertile ground there, especially with the events of the last couple of weeks.
I commend you for, you know, reaching out to Dr. Shepherd also, because it really is administrators that need to be really collaborating. And then that way they know what the needs are, because they're the ones that are responsible for administrating those departments and those bodies. And then they go to their council and communicate with their councils or their bodies. And, you know, I think that that's a great start is at the administrative level, because you guys are the ones that are the day-to-days. So, and then you guys make the recommendations for the policies and, you know, discuss that with us. So, thank you for that, both of you, or all three of you.
Legacy, anybody have any comments on legacy?
I just want to say that, Legacy, you guys are doing a great job, just like the Boys and Girls Club. It's a different faction of the community. I believe that every, our communities, we are geographically, we're situated, we have areas where the need is more. I think you've landed in an area that is in need. I think that we need to get to a point where if you're helping a child and you're helping the youth, you're helping us. You're a partner of our city council. So for that, I applaud you for all the hard work you've been doing. I apologize that the money that you received was in a later faction, but the city has policies and we have to follow those. So for that, so whatever we can do to help and assist you, I just think that you guys need to come back and give us a number and meet with the city manager, and then we can discuss it and see where we're at with that.
Yeah, when I first heard about this, I was really enthused. We have a Boys and Girls Club that's been around on the west side for 5 years, and we were getting a group that's establishing itself on the east side to help at-risk youth. We heard the impassioned pleas of the pastor today, and I underlined the term pastor because Pastor Alvarez got up and said, we need to fund our church. And I think, we have to remember that the city does and the state and the country has that establishment clause that doesn't allow the city to favor one religion over the other. And I would offer that as a caveat. And I know we've been asking the pastor this all along, is this going to be religious indoctrination or religious instruction? And have been told, no, not at all. It's going to be ecumenical. We have a cross on the building, but so what? Everybody, a lot of buildings have crosses, and there won't be that aspect because the city just has to be careful of funding religious institutions in terms of its charter and what it can actually fund. So when I heard that today, I felt, I responded emotionally to the pastor's complaints, about the slowness of the process and how he wants to help more youth. And at the same time, I did hear that part about it being a church, legacy being a church, and just want to make sure that, we do things the right way in the city and fund the organizations that can be funded with public money. Are we taking public comment?
I have a comment as well. I think as well, you know, when we first talked about this, you know, it's like seed money. You're gonna plant the seed and see the kids prosper. But we also have to understand, just like the mayor stated, in regards to church, you know, that's where we just have to follow guidelines. Those are guidelines that we have to follow. We're not prejudiced to our church. I think every single person up here has some kind of domination or religious domination that we're very, very proud of. But when we can help someone, we're all there, you know, that's what we're here for. And that's one thing about our city of Selma is when someone's in need, we all come together. And we want to see that prosper. However, there are other, you know, what we get, and I've heard it from other council members as well, is our taxpayers are saying, what about our kids? You know, what about our kids that don't have anything on the east side? You know, we'd like to see a sports complex. We'd like to see a park. You know, I would have to agree. I think we have one of the worst parks in our side. Brettlinger is, I mean, it's okay, but it needs a lot of work. But we have to look at all the kids. We just can't look at, oh, because these kids need help. I get that. But we got to look at everybody because those parents are saying, I don't want my kids being out in the streets. I don't want my kids going into gangs. I want them to go and be able to go to a sports complex like Dinuba's and be able to play indoor sports or play, you know, racquetball or whatever's going on over there. I mean, I think that we kind of have to look at the whole picture and not discriminating, you know. I know how it feels. I was born on the west side. I went to the Salazar Center, and I'm very proud of it. But I also realized that I didn't want to get into areas where it was gang affiliated, you know? So I want to make sure that everybody has the same opportunity. So those are just my comments, you know, and I'm not here to offend anybody. I'm just saying, I look at it as an overall.
But we did say something that touched on the pastor's church and the Legacy Youth Center. Would you like to come up and speak?
Well, does anybody else have any comments?
Yeah,
Councilors.
I actually
Stop.
do.
Okay, can you wait, Pastor, until everybody on the council weighs in? Thank you.
I actually, you know, I would like to see a lot of these, you know, different, organizations in all of the city, you know, because for me, when Pastor Joe came and said, you know, this legacy center, you know, and some of the public said, well, you have after school programs or you have this or you have that. Well, a lot of the times kids don't want to go to the after school program. They don't feel comfortable going to a boys and girls club, or they don't feel comfortable going. That's just not their, I don't want to say environment, but that's just not where they're at. And so when they see their friends that are like them, that are going to a different type of a youth center, different area youth center, they're gonna bond with that. They're gonna want to go there. And so to me, I maybe because he said it was at the church, it just happens to be at the church, their facility, but that's not what the intent is that I felt. I didn't feel that the intent was trying to push somebody's religion on the youth. But to be honest, that's what we're lacking. A lot of our youth is lacking God. You know, they don't have that relationship, but that's for us to do in our homes. It needs to start with us in our homes. But as far as like the pastor, he has that background where he knows where these kids came from. And that's what we need is we need those leaders in these organizations, in these youth centers that have that background that those kids can relate to. Oh, he used to be just like me. And look at him now. Maybe I can, you know, get out of here and be something. And maybe I can start, you know, a youth center. These are, we need to establish, or we need to have these kids have good role models to be able to say, oh, I can get out of here and start something different, because those are our future. If we don't start now, then we're not going to have a good future. And so I really commend Pastor Joe for bringing this organization to the forefront, and, you know, having it open to kids that may not necessarily go to the Boys and Girls Club or go to the after school programs. So that's why I, you know, like this idea, and I would like to see something over in my area, which is over at the like in the United grocery store, the, what is that plaza, Selma Plaza, what is it called? I mean, we have buildings there that are empty. What is it called? Selma Plaza? What is Selma Plaza? My son actually was like, Mom, we need something here. You know, who do we talk to? And so I said, well, we need to figure out what we do. But yeah, we need something everywhere. Somewhere where kids can, you know, feel comfortable. And then they have choices. If they want to go across town to the east side, perfect. If they want to go over to the west side, perfect. If they want to go over to the north side, perfect. You know, we need to have more of that. So.
Okay, I'll say that. I was very excited when I found out that Pastor Joe was gonna start a kids program, because I knew, like you say, the Boys and Girls Club was great, but I don't know how these kids would be able to get over there. It's pretty far for them to walk. And so I thought it was really good, which we're just taking another area and giving the kids a chance to, you know, get together, you know, learn the things that they need to learn, you know, if they're willing to do that. And I was really excited. They thought, you know, one of my things is a community garden, and we talked about that eventually. Hopefully they have the space to do it. And so to me, you know, it can't go wrong. You know, you're helping the kids and giving them some place to go, because they say parents is having a tough time in life just to try to survive and work. So we need to help them as much as we can.
Anybody else? Pastor, do you want to respond?
First of all, I do apologize that I miscommunicated that what I said about the church or the building itself being a church, it was referring to the situation that our Councilman John Trujillo addressed. You know, I know that we have policies, but I believe that the time that we lost could have been a lot. You know, it could have been resolved by grandfathering the building in, which I asked for the request. I came in here and I asked to grandfather the building in it, and was denied because some of the council individuals said that they can never remember it being a church, the Catholic Church. And I said, I can present the evidence, and I even have a member that got married there.
When did that happen?
Said that.
Well, yeah, it happened. Well, we gotta go back to the records and find that out. Wow.
No, 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 but who said that?
Yeah, which
What
council
council member?
members said that?
Well, the one that renounced her religion here, he said, when I become a politician, I knew I had to put my faith to the side. I was the same one that said, you know, I don't remember it being a Catholic church, or I don't remember it being a Catholic building. And it was, well, and everybody knows it was. But what the thing is that I'm trying to say right now is this. I'm saddened by the fact that we've gotten into politics, being that this is a political issue now more than it is for what it's intended to be, for the youth. All we're trying to do is work with these kids that are in this area. And before we got there was a gang problem. You can go and talk to our front neighbors. You can talk to our side neighbors. The graffiti has gone down. The kids, even though we're working with them and being creative how we're working with them, because we couldn't get them into the building, we're working with these kids, and we're trying to connect them to become positive individuals that are going to get connected back to school, their law enforcement, and they can have a dream of becoming somebody. And that's why we're exposing these kids in this fishing trip, because some of these kids have never seen the sea. They're 14 years old, 15 years old. They've never seen the sea. I understand that there's a great program, and I don't want to get involved in that program. I'm not going to say nothing negative, but what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to come alongside you guys to work with you guys. This ain't politics. This ain't nothing personal. This is me being grateful where God has me today and doing something in my community. I live out in the country. I could just say, you know what? It doesn't involve me. It doesn't personally. I got my 2 kids. They're graduates. They're law enforcement. They're doing great in their lives. But you know what? I got to step up and I got to make a difference where I live. And that's what we're trying to do here in Selma with the Selma Legacy Youth Center. We're trying to make a difference in these kids' lives. And we're going to make a difference in these kids' lives. All I want you guys to do is help me. You guys will see the fruit. You guys will see the aftermath of what you guys are going to invest in. We will produce young, productive young men and women that are going to come out of this building. And we're not Bible thumping them. We're not forcing our beliefs, because some of these kids that come in here, all we want to do is say, I want to tap in to your God-given talent and make sure that you become all you can become. Send them to military, send them to school, wherever they want to go. We're not forcing them to come into our church. We're not forcing nothing. I don't force nobody. And I don't put religion on nobody that does not seeking, our higher source, which is
I don't want
God.
to cut you off, Pastor, but we'll get back to our budget discussion, but I think this is part of the budget and part of our city right now is this issue. And if you in the past would have just abstained from all politics like Pastor Ming used to, he was friends with all the council members. Yes. But you're involved. Well, this is about you're coming to the council for public money. That's why it involves public. But you yourself, Pastor, are a political person, right? You're on the chamber board. I know a couple of years ago I was going around and they told me that, Pastor Alvarez just come by with signs for a political candidate. And so, you take sides politically as well. So, I mean,
I'm a
you're
citizen. I
saying,
can take
and
sides.
you
I'm
can,
as
and
a
there's no,
politic-
absolutely, you've got that
organization-
First
my
Amendment right.
organization-
Wait a minute. What does politics have to do with this budget?
Because the pastor is
Let's
saying,
stop,
this
let's
is, he
refrain.
mentioned that there's nothing about politics in this situation and that it should be completely washed from this. And yet you're a political figure. And I just want to inject a cautionary note that we won't be establishing a religious establishment here, which the Constitution says public money can't go towards. You've already shown that you're as an individual, you are a political person, which is absolutely you're right. You're coming to the council though, and you're looking for public money. And that public money can't go towards an organization which you yourself refer to as a church. It can't go towards that because there has to be a separation between the two. What we do in our private lives and what you do with your private life doing this, God bless you. I think it's a great cause. But in terms of the city funding it, we up here, we're funding this. So we have to be prudent and take steps to make sure that it's funded in the right way. And it goes towards the organizations that don't have these activities that are prohibited, that the city can't fund.
Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Right. Do we have any more comments on the Legacy Youth Center? If not, shall we move on?
Sure, and I was going to ask if you would like to proceed with the departmental budget reviews, or if you feel comfortable having conducted your review of the departments, if you wanted to go straight into the 10-year forecast, given our time constraints, 5:15.
I'm thinking, so we can stop around 5:30. Is that good with council to have some dinner? So whatever you can do so
Sure.
we can finish at 5:30, that'd be great.
I thought it would be important to allow Sheila, our finance consultant, to present the 10-year forecast so that the council and the public has an idea of where we expect our revenues and expenditures to go. And then also maybe have a brief discussion about how we're hoping to close that gap. Sheila, are you on the line?
I am, yes.
Are you able to share your screen?
Let me just try it and see.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay, are you seeing the?
Yes, we see the graph.
Okay, thank you. So basically this is starting with the current 3 years that are showing in the budget and building, excuse me, building a projection based on some hopefully conservative growth factors. The majority of the expenditures have been estimated with approximate 3% growth throughout this project. And excuse me, the revenues follow fairly closely to that. We show approximately a $4 million gap at the end of this period.
Could you share what that period? It's a little hard to see on.
I'm sorry. This is it starts with 2021 and goes to 2030, 31.
Can you enlarge that a little bit so we can read those? Better.
Is that good?
Perfect. Thank you.
So the starting point is fiscal year 2020, 2021, and the ending point is fiscal year 2030, 2031.
Correct. The
And the revenue's the blue line and expenditures are the red line, Sheila?
correct. So the expenditures are growing at a much higher dollar ratio than the revenues are. This does not take into account, for instance, property taxes that will probably increase slightly more than what's being projected based on the new development that you're planning on. So that could, bridge some of the gap. If the sales tax revenues stay within the parameters that we're expecting, they could be a little higher. I'm sorry, I'm doing a very poor job of explaining this.
It's okay, Sheila. I can. I think we get the point. And what I
Okay.
wanted to show council was that we are, although the gap is between our revenues and expenditures is expected to increase gradually and steadily, really, over the next 10 years. What we're putting into place and what the council has directed us to put into place are efforts to close that gap. And particularly in terms of our development. And Sheila mentioned the property taxes being, a significant factor in that as home prices continue to grow. The city is able to benefit from, the increase in property taxes, but also sales and use taxes with economic development. So as we focus more on economic development, on building our infrastructure to support not just residential development, but also commercial development, both property taxes and sales and use taxes will be projected to grow at a much faster rate than that 3% growth rate in our expenditures and our costs. But then we also have, with the commercial development, as you know, some hotels. We have probably, what would you say, Deputy City Manager, 3 or 4 hotels that are currently planned?
The one under construction right now and 3 additional that are at some review in site plan or pre-proposed status right now.
Of course, all of that is dependent on infrastructure, and the council has given us the direction and made the decisions to allocate significant resources to our infrastructure development. So we are working on that. It is a foundation that we're hoping to build. It is going to take, we anticipate at 24, 25, fiscal year 24, 25, you'll start seeing that gap come a lot closer and continue along that trend for the following 10 years. So we hope to come back in a couple of years and show you a completely different graph. But also, our expenditures as the city grows as well, we're going to continue to add staff. So our expenditures will likely rise higher than that 3%. But at the same time, that's the point of making those investments in our infrastructure. So that really is the extent of this portion of the presentation that I wanted to get across to council. And as our projections also become more refined, and we're able to get clearer numbers and more accurate data, then we'll be refining that as we go. So any questions on that?
I think, you know, that's definitely taken under advisement. I think there are a lot of factors that are going to go into affecting both of those curves in the next 10 years. And I think that's also why it's wise to have that reserve strategy that the city has employed.
Sure.
And also using the money. Don't have too much,
Right.
but have enough. You know, that's just a fine balance that the city is looking at and should continue to look at.
Well, to that point, if I could just add something, Mayor, the gap is $4 million, which is already less than what our reserve is right now. So we have more than enough reserve to cover even that gap over 10 years.
But I think like the mayor stated, and us as the body that reviews the budget and states, sets policies to make sure that the staff adheres to it, we as a city have to invest. If we don't invest, we're not going to grow. So when we look at these patterns, we can tell ourselves that in the last 12 years, if we would have just invested a small amount, and I understand that there's times when we all say, and we're all business people, and we understand there's that point where you're afraid. It's that first time home buyer, you're scared, you want to buy that house, but you also have to commit and you have to be disciplined and you have to stay consistent. And if we're consistent as a council, just like we're consistent in the business and we're disciplined and stay that consistent row and we invest in our city, we're going to get a dividend. But if we never invest, we'll never get a dividend. And if we don't get a dividend, that means we get a profit. How are we going to be able to pay our staff? So when you see these markers, those are markers for us as council and staff to say, we can do this and we can rally around together and say, we're going to find the points and we're going to do this. So I always, and the analogy is the cup's half full, not half empty, right? And we need to be consistent and be disciplined and follow this and say to ourselves, how can we make sure that we cut angles and make sure that we can make this happen? And this is actually a roadmap to success for our city. And I applaud you guys. And this is an investment, but at the same time, there's risks. But the higher the risk, the higher the payout. And of course, we have to have reserves, but we don't have to have that much reserves. But I listen to what the mayor is saying, and he's right at the same time that we have to have reserves, but we also have to have a little risk and we have to have an investment. I leave it at that because we need to get on the ball. We need to get on a fast track. We need to bring development. We need to build in our city. So for that, I thank you guys.
I would just have a quick comment as well. And also setting our policies and updating our ordinance, because I know that hasn't been done for a long time. And I really applaud that we're standing strong on those ugly billboards that we're saying enough is enough, they're going to come down. But we kind of have to be that diligent with everything else, not just that property, but the rest, because there's areas that still look really bad. I mean, just across the street from the Pets Palace, those have been there for I don't know how many years. And that looks deserted, so those are things that we have to look at to try to say, how can we improve it? I get it if it's not our property, but at one point we got to start saying, okay, property owner, you either have to do something or you need to beautify it or sell your property, get rid of it or sell it to the city. I think we kind of have to start looking at those properties as well, because some of these people, just like, I talked to a few friends in Sanger, and they said they finally put their foot down and told these property owners that live in the Bay Area and back in the East Coast, either sell it to us or you have to beautify it. And guess what? They said, yeah, I'll sell it to you for nothing. And they did. And now this area in Sanger looks really nice. So I think that we kind of have to start getting a little more strict. We really do. Well, we might, because we budget for 2, but It may be that we need a budget, another one, maybe a commercial, someone that does commercial property.
Someone who does grants. But code enforcement's really important. It really is. We could use 3 for our city. We can't have enough. The people, that's the number one complaint I get is code enforcement around here. Grass too high. I mean, look right on Rose Street. Drive down Rose Street after the meeting tonight. I'll bring that one up in comments.
We actually just had a conversation about that right before the meeting.
And they tilled it about 6 months ago. And I don't know what happened. It just, nothing's happened since then.
Glad that you brought it up as far as, updating our ordinances and things, because, if we're homeowners, it's our home, but at the same time, we live in a city. And so we need to make sure that our city looks nice, because I've had conversations with people too. It's that, people don't want to live in Selma because, driving down Rose Avenue, you have that house across the street from the Catholic Church. A blue house, it just, I don't know if it's empty or what it is, but, and then you drive a little bit down, and then I think right across from Bretlinger, or catty corner from Bretlinger, the canal's there, and then you have these apartments that have no fencing. And it's like, okay, well, that's a hazard, because if there was water there, then kids would be, but he could be drowning in there. So I totally am for another code enforcement officer, because we definitely need more of that to make sure that
There's an art to that though, isn't there? Code enforcement, that's a tough job. Yeah, and we'll go around and we had it for a while and then we just, it just didn't happen anymore, but there are a lot of sales, a lot of construction
Yeah.
going on the weekends,
In the evenings as well.
in the evenings. I
Well,
mean,
we budget every year for overtime for one Saturday a month for one of our code enforcement officers to come in and enforce the yard sale permits and other activities. So we can absolutely, absolutely. Or we can, I mean, I think a third officer that rotates on the weekends as well, I think would work pretty well. I would have to get with our deputy city manager who oversees code enforcement.
I already have it written down.
Okay, perfect.
the other
I was
things we're seeing, the other things we're seeing is trailers, like you said, but these are abandoned RVs again on.
how about the big
streets.
tour bus on Dockery? That hasn't moved in 2 years. Right across from the City of Selma, the theater storage. Go down there sometime. It hasn't moved in a couple of years. It just, the city has issues like that. And, it all of that accumulates and makes our city either look good or look not so good. And we want to attract people and we want people to know that we have attention to detail here.
Pride.
And then we take pride. And at the same time, we're not forcing people to be in a certain cookie cutter mold either. We are Selma. We're really diverse here. That is our strength. And we don't make people believe in a certain religion. We don't make them believe in a certain ethnicity. We're a melting pot here. And that's really our strength. And I think we can have a really clean, nice looking city with great public service and great protection at the same time that we respect everybody's preferences and we respect their diversity. We respect who they are. That to me is Selma's ideal. It's 5:30. Is everybody good with recessing at this point? Special meeting, and we'll have dinner and. Thank you, Mike. Do we have anyone who would like to talk about what's been going on so far? Anybody who would like to weigh in on the special meeting and on the budget at this point? Do we have anybody on Zoom or on the phone? Okay with that? Are we good with closing the special meeting, and then we'll re-adjourn at 6 o'clock for the regular meeting? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Council Mayor.
Okay, with that, we will start our Selma City Council special meeting. It's June 7th, 2022 at 6 p.m. in the Selma City Council Chambers, 1710 Tucker Street. Teleconference phone number is 301-715-8592. The webinar ID is 863-3373-5785. Consistent with AB 361 and Net Government Code Section 54953, this meeting will be held remotely. Members of the public may access the meeting using the preceding information. When on the phone, if you wish to address council during the public comment portion of the agenda, press *9 to raise hand, and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press *6 to unmute and mute yourself. Would you call the roll, please?
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Here.
Mayor Robertson.
Here, and we're doing things a little out of order. We will now have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Garrett.
Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
Okay, potential conflicts of interest. Any council member who has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item, recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public shall limit their remarks to 3 minutes. Do we have any oral communications at this time? City Clerk, do we have anyone on Zoom or on the phone? With that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered routine. The complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote. For purposes of discussion, any council member may have an item removed from the consent calendar and made part of the regular agenda. The council can then approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Would anyone like an item or items removed from the consent calendar tonight?
I'd like to remove F.
Else? Is there a motion to approve items 1A through D?
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second?
Second it.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Garrett.
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro. Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Item E.
So I have a question, just for clarification on this, is we're approving the sign application and the fee waiver. So just to clarify, last year when this was requested, there was no fees attached to it, correct?
That's what I understand, that there was no fees charged for this purpose.
So, that last year this was approved, but we didn't follow the ordinance. So, with this, I don't feel that, it would be feasible, waive any of the fees if it's on a city property. From, because I know that we've had a lot of conversations about, the other organizations, and there's been questions about whether or not they have, they're nonprofit, and so we can't be doing fee waivers for residents and
Council have any comments about fee waivers, not granting anyone fee waivers?
I want to clarify, not anyone, because it's depending, we've had a lot of conversations about organizations and whether they're 501c good or not, and, nonprofits and stuff like that. This is actually for a resident that's asking for a fee waiver, so I would say no. And I mean, aside the fact that I didn't vote for this, go up in the city, but my biggest issue is the fee waiver.
So is this topic tonight just the fee waiver because the city changed the ordinance to accommodate folks that put banners in front of the art center
Well, now that our ordinance was revised to be able to accommodate that type of request on our Selma Art Center building, the application that was submitted by Ms. Nelson was for permission to put up the flag on Selma Art Center building and to waive the fee. So the community development director has the discretion, or the deputy city manager has the discretion to refer the application for approval to the council. So that's what's before you tonight. So the actual application to approve the flag on the building and the fee waiver. So both items are being considered tonight.
Okay, I thought we took care of that by having several previous meetings about this earlier, and what banners would be approved and which wouldn't.
The ordinance kept the option for staff to refer it to the city council at their discretion.
But
That was
city
what was
manager,
approved.
Didn't we make it pretty clear that we didn't want this coming back? I thought we said, okay, if we set the ordinance, to put the flag at a designated area, then it wouldn't come back to council. Am I wrong?
That the way that the ordinance that council approved was worded, and it was consistent with what was previously there. So what we did was we modified the ordinance to allow for the placement. First of all, we added flag as a banner to include the word flag in the municipal code. And then we said if we receive a non-commercial sign application and request to put that on city property, it can only go on the Selma Art Center building. But the existing process was that the community development director, or in this case, the deputy city manager acting as the community development director, can refer the application to council for approval. And so that was not changed. That was still in the ordinance that was approved by council. So that was what happened tonight, or what happened with this application. So it's being referred to the city council for approval, and along with the fee waiver.
I was under the impression that we were just seeing this again because of the fee waiver, that all fee waivers come to the council. So really, I think this should be 2 agenda items. One, whether to hang the banner, and 2, which we've already decided on previously, and 2, whether to grant the fee waiver. But we do have the sponsor, the person who made the application for the banner. Ms. Nelson, would you mind stepping up and letting us know why you're applying for a fee waiver?
Hi, I'm Leslie Nelson, 2413 Country Club Lane. I guess there again is like last time, I'm confused because I thought we had already decided on being able to put 2 flags up on the art center, and that I was applying to, my application was for, to see that go through, and also a fee waiver. What is the fee for that?
The fee is $500.
$500?
Yeah. So when we spoke, Ms. Nelson, we talked about you submitting the application, which is our normal sign permit application that would be received by staff, and then considered for approval either by staff or referred to the council. But whether or not it's referred to the council, there's still a fee attached to that. And we talked about that prior to you submitting the application. And we said, if you wish to submit it for a fee waiver, then we can refer it to council for the fee waiver as well. But regardless of whether you were requesting a fee waiver or not, it would still have come back to council at the discretion of the deputy city manager.
I wasn't told it was $500.
I don't think we had it.
I spoke with you, and at one point you said it was there. At one point there was like an $800, but you said you thought we could probably get it waived.
Per the ordinance, correct. And I'm sorry if I misspoke about the.
If I misunderstood you, then you can clear that up with me, but that's what I understood. And then I thought, well, maybe it's going to be like a $50 fee, but you know, I just don't understand. I don't know. And I know what the reason is behind this, but I don't understand why it's going back and forth, and I'm having to jump through hoops for this.
This is the process that was established by the council.
It was
about a
established
month ago.
after the flags went up last year. That's the only reason it was established. That's the only reason anything was brought up.
I
was
think it
because
changed. I think it changed, Leslie.
It did change.
Yeah, the city council looked at it and has looked at it several times. And the last that last time the city council looked at it, it was decided, I thought that these commercial non-exempt sign banners could go up on the Arts Center, you know, whether they're commemorating the anniversary of the Ministerial Alliance or whether they're commemorating Pride Month. They would go in that location and they'd be subject to 10 days. One thing that council, correct me if I'm wrong, city manager, we didn't vote on was how much it would cost. Is that an administrative fee that was tacked on?
It wasn't tacked on administratively. So what we're using, and I put it in the staff report, it's our existing fee for temporary sign banner permit, which was adopted last year as part of our master fee update. So that's $235 and that's publicly available. $265 for a light pole banner hanging fee, which is actually the lower fee. We had another fee. So what I'm saying is the council did not adopt a specific fee for the Selma Arts Center building.
We didn't vote to adopt a particular fee.
Correct. So that's why I didn't have an answer for you, an exact amount for you, because I had to go back to the schedule and see which one would be most appropriate. But if you were, if you were going to request a fee waiver anyway, I didn't think that it was going to be relevant. So whether it's 800 or 500, if you wish to withdraw your request for the fee waiver, you're certainly more than welcome to do that. Okay.
You know, I'm not the kind of person that gets mad or upset very often. I'm a very respectful person. I'm not stupid. I know what this is all about. I just don't understand why it's wasting all your time to go back and forth with this. Nothing was said about a $500 fee. I thought, well, maybe 50. I'll pay 50 to put our flags up there. 2 flags when last year we had several flags and it was agreed we'd even have one at the city hall. So I'm very passionate about this. There's a lot of people in town and in our community that is of this group that appreciates and respects the city for doing what they did for them last year. And then just to completely take that away and then expect a private citizen for 2 flags to pay $500. I don't get why.
That's the purpose of the waiver, so that you wouldn't have to pay
That's
it.
what
Right.
that's what I thought I did. That's what I thought I was doing with my application.
Got it. And that's what I thought we were voting on, just the waiver part, not actually the conditional part of hanging the banner. I thought we decided that in many, many meetings or, many votes that we've had
I
so
don't want to
far.
waste your time. I feel like I'm wasting everybody's time by bringing this up. It's just very important to me, but I don't want to waste anybody else's time anymore.
The issue I have at this point is I thought the council had established we're only going to grant nonprofit organizations fee waivers. I mean, I thought that was what we decided on. And so you're coming here as a private citizen, asking for this fee waiver. That's why I have voted for the right to expression and the right to put flags, non-exempt commercial banners in front of the Art Center. We didn't see the fee waiver then. I think that would be a topic for a future vote, perhaps, that we could bring that back and look at that, given what you're saying. This is just hard for us tonight because we're getting this. It was, on consent. It was pulled off consent to spotlight this once again. And, we're the only fee waivers I've seen the city council per policy granting is for tax exempt organizations, which you're not, for nonprofits, which you're 501c3 IRS nonprofit determined entities, which you're not. So I would vote for I would vote absolutely to put the flag out, but not for the fee waiver, unfortunately. But I'd like to see at a future council meeting a review of the price, the cost to put, a couple of flags, because I think Ms. Nelson makes a pretty good point that, $500 for a couple of flags seems like it's a little excessive.
Yeah, and that, so there's 2 fees associated there that total the $500. So one of them is that the fee that everybody pays to be able to put up a temporary sign and banner, $235.
That's $235.
$235. The other fee is the 265 for light pole banner hanging.
No, it won't be on a light pole.
Right, so that was the most appropriate one because we have to pay for the staff time to
Right,
put it
I
up.
understand that.
But absolutely, I think we're creating a list of these fees that we don't really have dialed in yet that we were going to bring back to council anyway. So it could be part of the overall fee review that we could do, but we have no issue figuring out what the staff time would be to put up, 2 flags on a building and then bringing that back to council for approval. Absolutely.
So at this point, city manager, because I'm just as confused as she is, to be honest. I really thought that, we got it all cleared up the last time. But, and we did set some, some guidelines as to 10 days versus, the month. And, okay, so what was her fee last year?
No fee.
Okay, so how did she go from 0 to 235?
We didn't have an established process last year. Yeah. So it was a request, I think, a phone call that was made. I don't know because I wasn't here. Yeah. And then I think the council approved it.
50.
Yep. But then there was no fee associated with that action. Yeah.
So I would make,
Wait,
I would,
can I say something? Because I respect Leslie, but I want to come back and, go back to the heart of discussion in regards to policymaking and the standards in the city of Selma and, reframing from the last maybe 2 years, I've actually witnessed nonprofits stand here and ask for help or ask for assistance, and they've been raped. I mean, they've been literally asked for their 501c, for their numbers and their, and now we're saying it's okay. And I'm saying, wait a minute. And I'm not disrespect to you. I'm saying, well, when are we going to start adhering to the policies? And I'm a very truthful person. I've been said that, I'm taking care, I'm only weighing one side. No, all I ask is when we start saying that we're confused, that we don't understand the laws that we've actually approved, we go back to our staff and before and ask them, what are the policies? Are we standing for it? And if we're going to give this, I just want everybody to know, if we're going to bend to this, then you better be ready to bend for everybody else. And right now I'm not talking in regards to Leslie. I'm talking in regards to the city of Selma. Why was it 5-0 and why was it not cost last year? Because we had a different administration. We had people that did things different. But we have to, as a city, get to a point where we start establishing policies so we can make sure that people adhere to them. So then staff can adhere to the policy and direct it. So these are the hard decisions we have to make as leaders so we can gather our group and say that this is a policy we adhere to. Because if we're going to keep on every year bendings for a group, a person or a group, and well, then staff, here you go. Every week it's going to be yes today and no tomorrow. And I'm not here to bag on Leslie because I've known her and I respect her, but right now I'm asking for some understanding of what the policy is and council as a majority, figure it out. If you're going to say yes, then figure it out because staff's going to be confused.
so I think that if we, just building on that, I think the staff could have headed this off and just told Leslie, you're not a nonprofit. You really can't apply for a waiver and maybe head that off so we don't have a moment like this and just clear it up. And then secondly, just be very clear with people applying what the actual fees are so they know. I'm in agreement that, the policy is for not only nonprofits to get a waiver unless the council comes back, but only nonprofits that are bona fide and in good standing. So I know that the city council has in the past allowed nonprofits that have their paperwork that's that has not been approved with been suspended by the state. And I think the city council has been very clear that we're not going to allow that in the future either, that it has to be a nonprofit in good standing per the registry of charitable trust. So I think to be consistent on that, I don't see where the fees could be waived in this case, but I think the city could have done a better job of letting you know ahead of time the cost, and maybe the city and this, maybe the city council should review these fees for a couple of flags in the future, just, so it's commensurate with the actual effort that goes into it and the actual time that's expended by city. And I would also object to the verb raped, council member. I don't think that's the appropriate verb, and I hope no one was offended by that. But I was offended, and I think we need to watch our language up here. So, and I don't think it was called for in this context. But in terms of this particular agenda item, I would make a motion. Well, first of all, we have people here, so if we could get some oral communications on this.
Can I just say a couple more things first? Would you consider doing, because I don't know how many private citizens would be able to come up with $500 to hang 2 flags or whatever, how many flags? Would you consider bringing the fee down to something affordable, $75? I mean, or, I'll get on a ladder and hang the flags myself. I mean, if that's what we're talking about, I know that won't happen, but I'm just saying, I'm just really, really extremely disappointed in the city. There's some council members who have stood by us 100%, and I thank them very much for that. But I'm extremely disappointed in the city that, my son, he's gay, and everybody knows he's gay, and would not even, he was so proud last year that he could come home to a city that supported him. And, he said, Mom, surely they're going to let you hang him. And I said, I don't know if they're going to or not. That, I'm extremely sad that our city has done this, and make it so hard for us to jump through hoops to get flagged. And I know the reason behind it. I mean, I know the reason that the flags aren't being, because that fee waiver, the fee was, I was all excited because I thought there would be no fee, or $50 maybe, $75.
If you came representing a nonprofit, a 501c3, that would not be an issue in this. That is not, that's the issue. The way I see it, that's the issue that I see here. That you're not representing a nonprofit, and that would be the same for anyone who
Okay,
came
so I
here.
don't want to take up any more of your time, but can we consider possibly putting the fee at a point where, because it sounds like all these people that came in and talked about, well, how are we going to hang our flags? Well, what do we want to hang our flags? Well, I don't know how any other people put in an application to hang flags. So we come up with a fee that's affordable for the private citizen.
We could bring that back, right? We could bring it back as an agenda item.
I mean,
and
is
discuss the-
June gonna go by without anything? I mean, are we gonna hang them in July when it's past the celebration month, or what are we supposed to do with that, or wait till next year? Or, I mean, I don't want to keep bugging you guys. You're tired of it. I'm tired of it. So I just feel that if we can come up with some kind of, in between here to where it's something that's affordable, I would extremely appreciate that. If we could get flags up and get something that's affordable for the private citizen.
So this is the refinement process. This is what you go through, when you kind of create an ordinance and do something a bit from scratch. So I think that's what's happening right now, and it's presenting obstacles. And I would agree that 500 is too much for a flag, but it's just, or 2 flags. It's the process of getting this, getting this right and getting the bottom of it. And I don't know why we're seeing it again, but we are. And I think it's because there's a lot of uncertainty regarding this. It just hasn't been tested, and you're the first one, under this for the banners, for the art center. We haven't heard. Yeah. Can we hear from someone else? If anybody else would like to speak to this?
Teresa Salas, 1701 Danube Avenue. I'm in agreement with Councilman Trujillo. You guys set the policy already. You set the fees already. The fees were not set with this in mind. You had a bunch of fees that you approved, all of those fees. So the fees should be stuck to the way that you passed already. No offense to any group that's coming that wants to put a flag up. If they want to put a flag up, then you know these are the things that you have to follow. These are the things that have to be paid. These are the forms you have to fill out, period. If you grant a fee waiver to one person, regardless of whether they're nonprofit or a private citizen, then you can expect to have everybody standing here in front of you asking for a fee waiver. So you can't pick and choose who you're going to do a fee waiver for. It needs to be across the board.
We did. We had everybody asking for a free waiver. That's why we limited it to nonprofits.
And then, can I get some clarification? I thought it was just one flag on the front of the art center.
Sides,
Oh, they, is,
wings, yeah, the
I-
wings of the art center. If you look at the art center, there are
okay,
two
I
wings.
thought it was just one flag. So you're gonna put up two flags, one on each side of the doorway?
The ordinance is in front. City manager, you want to weigh in on it?
It says on the building, on the art center building. It doesn't
On the
specify.
art center building.
It doesn't specify one or two flags. It just says on the building.
Correct. I believe that's the case.
Right, where the flagpoles are.
I think there's only 2 flag poles, right?
There are only
To,
two.
not flagpoles, but like,
There's no
the
flag
holders-
poles at
the
all.
holders on the
Holders.
building.
Or holders.
Yeah, the flag
maybe.
holders on the building, on each side, on each wing.
There are two flag holders on the
I
art
could
center.
maybe clarify. I believe in Public Works last year, rigged one up for the 1 point, which would be the southern point. I don't believe we've actually added a one to the north point.
So there would be one holder
There's
at
one-
the art center.
One flag on the north point. I'm sorry, the southern point.
Goes east-west.
Yeah, this, last year when we put them on the flagpoles, we had some questions about not having in front of their business, so we put it on the point. The one that was in front of the business next to the art center.
That the only holder.
Yes.
Okay.
So another
There's only
holder
one
would have to
flag.
be added to the other point if you chose to.
Well, for right now, I mean, I think it's
Hmm.
the existing holder that would be used. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Anyone else have a comment at this point? Do we have anyone on Zoom or on the phone who would like to make a comment?
As a reminder to the callers on Zoom, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue. Hi, Mr. Raven, can you hear us?
Hi there. So are we
For the
just on-
record, can you say your name?
Hi, this is Corbin Raven, 3140 Avenue 393, Kingsburg.
Thank you.
Are we addressing any item at this oral open?
This is just the flag banner item. Corbin,
Oh, sorry, guys, I'm early.
okay. You're coming up. City Attorney, did you have a question or a
Yes.
comment?
Yes, if we have finished our public comment, which I'm not, sounds like we have.
I believe we have.
Okay, yeah, bring it back. The way the agenda reads is basically a two-part process. One, consideration of approval of the flag, and two, the fee waiver. I think to make things clean, it would probably be best to do it in two parts, two separate votes. As for the second vote for the fee waiver, I'm a little bit new here, but it's my understanding that if your council would have the ability or the authority to waive the fee, you would also have the authority to compromise it in somewhat of a lesser amount. But that would be it, obviously, between all of you, and the maker of the motion would have to clarify it.
Thank you for that.
I just want to make a comment real quick. So this has nothing to do with the organization or the person or the type of flag that's going on the banner. I am, again, we're policy setters. And so because this is going on a building, on a public building, I'm going to question everything. And so because this one is actually a citizen that's asking for a waiver, that's why I pulled it. It had nothing to do with whether it was approved or not. It had to do with the waiver part, the fee waiver part. So I just wanted to make that clear to you because it's not anything personal. It's not anything, against anybody, any organization, any of that. It's more of it's on a city building and we're waiving fees. So that's the reason I pulled it.
Yeah, the only issue I see is just that the individual coming for the fee waiver is not a nonprofit, an accredited in good standing with the state nonprofit as determined by the IRS. So as per the city attorney's comment, we can take this in two stages. This first one is there a motion to approve the flying of this flag per the application from Ms. Nelson?
I'll make a motion to fly it.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
No.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Part two is, does the council wish to waive the fee, the banner fee of $265 and the temporary sign banner permit fee of $235? Is there a motion to waive that fee? Okay, there's no motion, so it,
Make sure we're clear. On the record, there was no motion to waive it, so therefore the fee would be applied. As I
Right.
understand what took place.
So, but you said that we can make a motion to lower it at this point too.
If you wanted to, as I understood what took place, there was a call for a motion to waive the fee and no motion was made.
so that motion dies for lack of a motion, but you can make a motion, Mayor Pro Tem, for a lower fee. A lower fee, either a lower banner fee.
I would
Or
like
lower
to go ahead
hanging
and
fee.
charge it $235 and waive the $265 for hanging. My motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Now
Discussion.
we have a first and second, so we can have discussion on the floor. Does anybody have a comment?
So the only comment I have is that policies are policies. Staff is staff. Last 2 years, the mayor, council members have questioned anybody, organizations, even nonprofits. And here we are stating that we're going to give a fee waiver resident, and I don't mind. I just want to make sure that I want us to make sure that we go on the record that when someone comes, and we just talked to a pastor about being political. So when someone comes to this council, you remember that they were individuals and they weren't nonprofits, and we don't want to go back and check their records. And for me, as a council member elected by the community, I adhere to policies and I let my staff process it. Allowing a fee waiver or adjusting a fee actually tells the staff, get ready, at any day I can change my vote. And you know what? This council, there has to come a time when we start, and the word is change. The word is honesty. The word is adhering to policies. But this vote today is exactly what I'm talking about. Because 2 years ago, I've witnessed so many people get questioned, but in reality, it wasn't the questioning of it wasn't the issue. It was a political issue. And so I want to make sure that we keep this policy and this vote very, very, very to our heart, because this will bring more people to come and ask for a fee waiver, and staff, all it does is give you more work. So I apologize for this, but I want to make real clear, this tells us where we're at.
I have a quick comment too. I just think that because of the lack of communication between our staff and Leslie Nelson, I think she should have been told right up front, you know, this is the fee, this is how much you're gonna have to pay, and this is the fee for the light pole, which according to her, it wasn't mentioned. I'm not taking sides. I'm just hearing this out. I have to agree that once a policy is set, that's what we have to stand by. However, this has come to us too many times now. And I really hope that we can get this cleared up so that it doesn't come back to us, because like we're saying, it should have already been taken care of. But it continues to come back for this reason. This wasn't communicated to her. She, it just, we keep finding these issues. And if we already said it's 2 banners for 10 days, I didn't remember seeing any fees coming to us. I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. I didn't see any fees at that last time, because I think that we would have questioned that. We would have said, Leslie, are you ready to pay these fees? I'm just saying, I didn't see it. But I think we just, I don't want to point fingers anymore. I agree. I think that we need to also stand by our staff. Your decisions, your decisions. However, this is maybe a learning curve for all of us. I think that we can finally say, this is how it's going to be, and we're done with it. So we don't need to talk about it anymore. I mean,
Question, if this is approved, when can the flags go up? When would they go up? The flag go up?
Well, that would be a question for our acting public works director.
And it could go up immediately as soon as approved. A work order would be put in for Public Works, and it could go up as quickly as they can get to the work order, which is typically within a 24-hour period.
I'm definitely getting questions on when that flag is going to appear, if it does appear. And I agree. The communication has just not been there on this. And I request, and I can do it in separately or in an email, that we bring these fees back to council and take a look, because it just seems excessive. $500 for a flag, for one flag.
So, well, we have several options. We can create a brand new fee for this specific purpose, or we can modify, because we're using the light pole banner hanging fee right now. We can leave that one alone and just create a completely new fee. And from my personal opinion, that would be the best way to
Maybe
go.
we should do that. Start over, yeah, and make it clear for everybody, so everybody sees it. And I'm in agreement that we do need to stick to the policy. I mean, we have a policy of we were getting hit by everyone coming in for asking for fee waivers. And so the council decided, council debated and voted in that only accredited nonprofits, and refined that the nonprofit had to be in good standing with the city. And I remember Second Chance Animal Shelter never came for a fee waiver, for Pioneer Village, for the Tejano concert, just because it just didn't. It just paid the full freight and just, moved forward with the concert, and took the money as a donation for the nonprofit itself. Councilmember, did you have a comment?
Yes, I did. So correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a big, thick binder that had not been updated for like 10 or 15 years, something like that. And so every application that we have that's processed goes through that or that fee binder, right? So I remember we talked about yard sales, that they went up to $20. Is that correct? Or something? So for me, if there's an application that goes through, it has to go through that fee binder. Because I remember we had the discussion saying, you guys went through, we hired somebody to go through the study to see how many hours it would take to do this and that. And so that's when we would approve that. So every application, my understanding, every application that comes through has to go through that user or that fee binder, right? So it may have not come up for this particular part, but the application is already in process. And so that application goes with this book that tells me how much I have to charge, right? Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
And that
Thank you.
book should also say that there are no fee waivers for individuals, only for nonprofits. So this really shouldn't even be coming
That'd be like
to
procedure or
the
something.
council.
But we've set precedents now. So if you're saying that you're only gonna do this time, and somebody comes back and we say no to him, we're going back.
I don't
I just think
I
that
don't
whoever
we're
does
saying
the app
no.
needs to know. They
Yeah,
just
I
need to be
think that
clear
it
with
just needs
the city
an
staff just
amendment,
needs to be
yeah.
clear. I think we're all learning here. This is a new thing. You know, this is where we're finding it. We're getting down to where everyone knows, but we need to make sure that we're really clear with people that come to want their banners hung in the future, that, you know, these are the rules. And if you're not representing a nonprofit in good standing, you can't get a fee waiver. Don't even go to city council, right?
And I
And don't
think-
even try.
And I think it's really not, it's whatever application that you put in, not necessarily for just this, it's whatever application you put through, you have to know that there's a fee associated with it.
Absolutely.
So that's,
That's important
I
too,
mean, if
but,
that's the
but
policy,
500
right?
bucks,
So,
but 500 to put a
She didn't pay
flag.
nothing. She
for
didn't
one
have the fee
banner?
last year.
well, last year was, again, it was a whole different, we
It
weren't
was-
even supposed to hang the flags at all last year.
So
But the
That's a
administration didn't
discussion
look-
for another meeting. So, okay, so we've got a first and a second. What I'm gonna do is I am not gonna vote to grant the speed waiver, but I am gonna personally donate $265 to, and the light pole banner hanging fee, so that Ms. Nelson only has to pay the $235 temporary sign banner fee. So with that, we'll call for a vote. We have a first and a second.
Just to clarify, the vote on the floor is to charge the $235 fee, but waive the $265
The
fee.
motion.
Okay, thank
and a
you.
second.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
So I'm gonna vote no, but I'm gonna put in the 265. So the 230,
doesn't
it'll be
change.
$500, but I'm gonna pay the 265. So that Leslie only has to pay the 230. I'm voting no.
No, on the waiver.
Yeah. Just to be consistent. We're done. Let's just do the vote. Go ahead.
So you made the motion to go 235 to lower it.
The lower
And I second it.
235. And then
I like your thing. I don't know.
you can pull it.
you can modify your motion, and if the.
You
and
can
if the-
amend your motion, right, City Clerk?
Correct. You can modify your motion, and if the person on, who made the second could also modify their second as well. If
Okay,
that's something, and
you wanna-
City Attorney, would you concur?
We're still in the discussion mode, so we can still have discussion on the floor. Ms. Nelson?
Scott, I appreciate that very much, but no, thank you. I extremely appreciate that, but I just want to, let's just let this go. You know, maybe next year we'll come up with something a little bit different and I won't be told certain things, be confused about things. I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. I can't tell you how much that means to me. But thank you, but no, thank you. And anyway, that's all I have to say, but thank you very much. And thank you, Bev, and thank you, Sarah.
Okay. So did you want to continue to make the motion, or did you want to modify your motion? I'm voting no. Want to withdraw it and just vote yes on the whole thing?
Stay with this.
Draw it. So can Mayor Pro Tem withdraw the motion and Councilmember Guerra withdraw the second, and we just vote on just,
On the way.
that's it,
Okay, I withdraw then my
Right.
motion.
Okay. I withdraw my second.
that's. Right.
Okay.
Do we need to vote on that, or are we good on that?
No, already passed.
All right, great. Okay, got it. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. Well, that will move on to
Yep.
the next item, which is the check register.
Okay, page 18, I just have a quick question on check number 79564 and then 65 and 66. This Elevon settlement recovery says credit card fees may, and then it says one for police department, one for city hall, one for senior center. What was that for?
Those are our credit card processing fees for payments that are made at each of those locations.
That's it.
Got a question, 79531, page 18. Zoom our industry stop sign faces. Are we in the process of reordering those signs? We didn't get to it tonight's budget. That was one of the things I want to talk about, but are we in the process of changing out our signs in Selma? 'Cause some of them are really faded. They got graffiti on them. I mean, it's high time we did that.
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay.
Public Works crews are working on
And this
that.
is one step.
Correct. It's been limited process due to staff capacity, but absolutely is being worked on.
Thank you. And then item on page 19, 79595, Regional Government Services, Contract Services. Who is that?
That is our finance and HR consultant
Got it.
that we're using to supplement our short staff situation currently.
Anyone else have any items? Is there a motion to approve?
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Vergara,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro, Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. First and only item, regular business, consideration of a landowner deposit agreement with KB Home South Bay, Inc. relating to a proposed community facilities district for proposed vesting tentative tract map 6019.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We have been working diligently with the Raven family, who is working with KB Homes on the development of a subdivision on the north side of Dinuba. And one of the options, well, first of all, the primary challenge with that project is the sewer capacity along Dinuba, which has been an issue for a long time, as we're all aware. As the map is being processed and the entitlements are being reviewed and permitted, the KB Homes is proposing to develop just 2 phases of a 3-phase map. And they have begun looking into the formation of a CFD, a community facilities district, to be able to fund the improvements required to serve that project. And so in the past, what has happened is that because there was an effort previously to do the same thing on a previous iteration of this same project, where the city paid fees for consultants to kind of do the formation, go through the formation process, the feasibility, and it never went through, it never materialized. And so staff is now recommending that we enter into deposit agreement with the developer and the property owners to make deposits to the city that the city would then draw from to be able to do the feasibility and get to a point where we're ready to actually form the CFD if it is feasible, if that is the option that the city wants to go in. This agreement is capped at $100,000, so we cannot incur any more fees. The city will not pay anything beyond what's been deposited by the developer for any consultant or legal fees. And really, it's all developer and property owner funded at this point. So we are asking for the council's approval to enter into this agreement with KB Homes Inc. for this purpose.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from council before we open it up to anyone who has comments from the callers or in person tonight?
I just like to say that this is something positive and this is something we have to do. This will generate more homes, and this is a great step. This is the first step to a good project. So I'm in agreement with it.
And I'd like to also say, I know this has been a long time waiting. You know, we continue to go through development, and I just like to know where our status is. Are we in application status? I mean, are we moving forward? Because, you know, I'll be honest with you, we've heard this before and, you know, nothing's happened. So I kind of like to know what our set commitment is and where we're at this point.
Now, the applicant has been working on a revised grading plan for the site because of the significant grade change that's in the area. And so that's where they've been putting the majority of their efforts into right now. But we have had active communication with them, and they do fully all with what is ultimately going to be.
And I believe we have the developer on the line tonight.
Correct.
Great. If there are no more comments, can we ask Mr. Raven to weigh in on this? Corbin, would you, do you have a comment for us tonight?
Okay, I found the unmute button. Can you hear me now?
And
Hi, Corbin Raven, 3140 Avenue 393, Kingsburg. So what's going on tonight is we've got a partnership with KB where we have the land and they have the will. And never before have we had a partner that had the will necessary to put together a CFD and put in this initial portion of the trunk line. And really, you guys, it's a godsend. It is exactly what we've been waiting for 15 years. So hopefully you're as excited as I am. And we absolutely, when you asked where are we are in full force developing. I mean, we've put the map together. We're finalizing the grading plan. Staff is reviewing now. And here we are at the stage, ponying up to say, we're going to pay our way. Just need your blessing.
Thanks, Mr. Raven. That's a really good sign to hear that, from the developer himself. And that's always been the sticking point, just to get over that hump. We've had lots of discussions about CFDs over the years, but it sounds like there hasn't been that deep pockets partner of KB with that expertise and that will, as Mr. Raven puts it, to move forward with the investment to put that trunk line in. So that's a very, very good sign that this is actually going to move forward. We have any comments from anyone else here tonight who would like to say anything?
Yes, hello. This is Andrew Leonardo. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. Andrew Leonardo with KB Home, Director of Land Acquisition. I live at 1757 Avenue B in Kingsburg. Thank you all for your time tonight. Just wanted to say that I'm available to answer any questions if the staff have any. And also Corbin had mentioned we've partnered with the Raven family. We like to think of it as a three-way partnership with the City Council as well. And this being one of very many times that we will be coming in front of City Council for approvals and things like this with the CFD. So we're excited to be here today. We've taken quite a bit of time and effort to get to this point on a lot of parts, and Fernando's done a great job getting us here, and we're excited. We're excited about the project. We're excited to be in Selma, and this is the first step. So if anybody has any questions, feel free. Thank you.
Mr. Leonardo, I have a question. Is the land annexed or is it part of the Selma city limits?
It's within the city of Selma.
Even better. And what's your timeline for moving forward if everything goes according to plan on this?
So getting to this point has taken us longer than we had anticipated. If we can reduce the time that goes by between communication, I think that we can move a lot faster. I did hear someone say that they've heard this before. Well, we're still the same group working on the same project. It's just taking us a little while longer to get to where we are, but the tentative map's moving along great. We're working on the improvement plans now, so that things are moving forward. And if all goes well with the CFD, we would like to be building homes next year and delivering homes in 2024 to home buyers in Selma.
Look forward to seeing that plan. Right, is there a...
And Andrew, I just want to say something for the record. I didn't imply that it was you, the developer, that have stated this. I'm just saying in general, we've heard this from other developers that they were going to start building homes and it hasn't happened. That's what I meant.
You're stepping up. All right, is there a motion to authorize the city manager to execute the landowner deposit agreement with KB Home South Bay Inc.?
I'll make a motion.
I'll
Is
second.
there a second? Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. All right, thank you.
Have one, I'm sorry, I meant to make a comment right before we voted, but it's just basically, I was gonna say thank you, and you said the magic word was partnership. So thank you and welcome.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to departmental reports. City manager?
Nothing to report at this time. Thank you.
City attorney? You, deputy city manager.
very much, Mayor, members of the council. While I do not have anything to update you on specifically tonight, I did want to ask our economic development analyst and a quick report that she was going to give from her time at ICSC in Las Vegas that she recently attended, and some of the great handouts that she had given to a great list of contacts, and had a lot of really good regional contacts as well. So I want to hand it over to Amy for just a moment.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for having me here. My name again is Amy Smart. And I first want to thank you guys for allowing me the opportunity to represent the city of Selma at ICSC. It was a phenomenal few days, busy few days. I ended up needing to buy an extra pair of shoes because I was moving so much throughout the conference. The connections that we made with the developers and just getting our name out there was huge. Having a presence there was big. The best part for me, though, was really getting an understanding of what the current trends are in the development world, whether it's economic development for businesses, commercial, housing, all of that sort of stuff, to kind of start to see and hear. Because of COVID, the conference had not happened for a few years. So there was kind of a renewed energy in the arena to just be able to talk about that. So I'm excited for the connections that I made. I met a lot of people. I was just sharing with Rob yesterday. I've received several emails from people that I've met, and I've had to Google them because I don't even remember how many people we ended up meeting. So it was a good experience. And again, thank you guys for putting money aside for things like that. I think it's incredibly beneficial for us. What you guys have in front of you is not actually what I gave out specifically there. It's just the start of it. When I knew that we were preparing for ICSC, I knew I had to have things to give out to people more than just my business cards. So what I wanted to do was create a branded presentation folder and fill it with the information that was, that kind of helps speak to what Selma was and get our information out there. So the one piece of paper in there is the retail report. That was one of the most important, because when we start looking at economic development, that retail leakage is incredibly important to developers or businesses coming in. It gives them a clear picture of what Selma is lacking so that we can then speak their language and show them why we need that here. So that was a good partnership with the EDC to get. I also included in their packets, not in your guys' packets, but in their packets, maybe some commercial properties that were available, businesses that were available, just so that they got an idea of what we had to offer. Again, in the future, I think I'll have more time. I had 2 weeks to kind of make this folder, get it designed, do all of those kind of things. So we did the best that we could with the limited time, but I'm really excited for the future. What you guys actually have in front of you is how we're gonna, how kind of some of the vision that we have moving forward. You guys know when we're meeting with developers or when we're meeting with new businesses, we've got to be able to show them that we are a streamlined, process ready. We are ready to go, right? We are not hesitating. So this is just the start. Again, this is not what will be in the future, but it will include our business license information, our permitting processes, all the things that a business would need to know to open up here in Selma. And it'll be in one packet. One of the things that I hear frequently from my leaders is we need better communication. So I've created these folders. We've printed a ton of them because it was cheaper to print in bulk, obviously, as a way to communicate what Selma is and what Selma has to offer in the future for economic development. So I hope you guys enjoy them. Again, it's just the start of it. That was just some papers that we had that I wanted to improve or to show you kind of what the direction we're going. But again, thank you guys for the opportunity to represent Selma. I had a great time, and I think we did pretty well. Any questions for me?
Amy, first of all, I want to congratulate you on the fine work you did out there. And I also see that you were networking a lot, and you met a good friend of mine, Marissa Trejo from Kalinga. And I seen that you took a picture with all of their staff and the Hanford staff. And it really told me a lot, because that meant that you were out there and you were actually socializing, talking, and getting networking. And that's so important. In the last 3 years that I've noticed people go to these conferences, we tend to figure out that we just stand there and hand out flyers, but I seen what you were doing, and I was really applauding you. First of all, the fact that you had just got hired and you were out there doing that. I applaud Fernando for bringing you on. I applaud Rob for you guys doing, and you guys are a good team. And I really value what you were out there. You were networking, you were selling the city of Selma. And my good friend Marissa, spoke highly about you. And you know what? I really appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was for me, especially for economic development. If I'm not, in regardless of whatever capacity, if I'm not the most excited about the city of Selma, how can I get someone else to believe in us? So that was my job while I was out there, was just to be very excited about what Selma has to offer with the increases in infrastructure that you guys are supporting. All of those kind of things help me spread that message of here's the possibilities. You know, instead of it saying, hey, we think we're going to get Clarkson Lift and we think we're going to do, we now have, this is what we're doing. And I can give that to developers instead of, I kind of think this is what we're going to do. I now have hard data that I can give them so that it piques their interest instead of just, again, like you said, here's a flyer. I saw, especially at that conference, it was my job to be very excited about Selma and get out there and talk to as many people as I possibly could. So thank you.
I know, I've been to 2 of them, and I know the 2, it's mind blowing. There's so many people there and so many appointments, and it's hard to get appointments. But I remember speaking with a commercial real estate person first time. Hey, we got our eye. He's the broker for Ross. We're looking at Selma. We need a place. No place. Second time, no place. 6 months later, Office Max goes out of business. From that ICSC appointment, we contacted him and he put Ross in there. Right there. And that's what you have to do. You just have to keep plugging. And it's good that our city has somebody who's plugging and making these contacts, because quite frankly, it doesn't happen the first time you shake hands or you go out with this, or you go out with a business card that has a microchip in it. I mean, there are all sorts of gimmicky sales things out there, but what matters is consistency, and you show up and you remember who you met and you remember their needs, and then you tap those needs when the city has the ability to fill them. And I think you're doing that. So thank you for that. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Amy, I just like to say, I just love the professionalism that you went out with us to show that this is Selma, you know. We are seriously 5 class. Come on. And I love your enthusiasm. And I just think, you know, you go out there and just like Councilmember Trujillo and the mayor said, you know, you talk to people. You're out there, and like, it may not happen the first time, but heck, they're going to remember you, you know. And I'm glad that you take that approach, that positive approach, and just get us out there, you know, put our name on the map, because that's what we need. And I really appreciate you, and I'm thankful that you're part of our staff.
Thank you very much.
I just want to say, I just love your energy. Me when I go to those things, it's like, hi, how are you? My husband hates going with me to those things because I'm always talking to everybody. But I just absolutely loved from the first time that, you know, we met and you took me back and showed me your little vision board. I was like, yes, she has a vision. And a lot of that stuff is things that I do as well, you know, and the PPPs, you know, and those are the partnerships and those relationships you really have to build. And so this is absolutely amazing. And I know that they remembered you because of your energy. And I'm so glad that you guys are on board. And we have a little saying at work. Me and my boss, it's like, I'm your Batman to your Robin, or you know what I mean? And so it's like Batman, Robin, and Batgirl. So I just love it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Fire Chief Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Good news. The ladder truck arrived in town. If you
All right.
haven't seen it,
Okay.
the staff's been driving it, enjoying training and stuff like that. It came into town Memorial Day weekend,
Great.
safe and sound. So we
Take it out to the training ground. Give it
out
a
to the
whirl.
training ground. It's been all over already. So it's getting graphic work done the next couple days. It'll take a trip down to Southern California for some paint work and some inspections and some minor details. And then it'll be back. So we've still got a little bit of work and a lot of training to do, but look forward to getting into service real soon. It's a lot of excitement surrounding that piece of equipment.
Great addition.
Absolutely. And then real quick, just something to put on your radar, make you aware of a little bit in case it results in some future discussions. We spoke about it a little bit during the budget hearing, the expansion of our EMS division and our transport services. And as you're aware, we cover a wide area of Fresno County, not just Selma, but so we have had some very preliminary conversations with the city of Fowler about potentially utilizing their fire station to put an ambulance there. Very preliminary. We would not be taking resources from Selma. It would be just part of our expansion. It would help us to diversify our response, especially within the northern region coverage area. So very preliminary, just something for you to be aware of, just in case we have some future talks that get a little more in depth.
I'm aware that Fowler is looking to subcontract out their fire to CAL FIRE. Are they also asking Selma if Selma would become their fire department too, or is the scope of the discussion just the EMS?
The scope is just EMS, just because we already provide coverage to their city. We would just be placing instead of responding from Selma, like we're pretty much based out of when we respond to any area within our zone. We would diversify a little bit and put an ambulance in their station.
That would be an MOU. How would that work?
We're still working that out. It wouldn't be exclusive to Fowler. That's just where we're housing the ambulance to respond to calls. And we're not looking at it costing the city of Selma anything. It's just more for diversification and that kind of thing, as Chief mentioned.
Absolutely, it would be simply a place for us to expand and house an ambulance. It would respond.
They don't have their own right now.
No,
They use American right now.
No, we cover them. Yeah.
Already.
The city
This
of,
would just be
the
getting
entire
closer
city
to
of
it.
Fowler is within our response zone.
It's just where we park the ambulance and respond to calls from. Yeah.
We hope that it'll be mutually beneficial to both of us.
That's interesting. And who would be the dispatch for that?
Same as it is now.
Same as
County EMS, nothing.
Okay, nothing would change there.
Changes. Again, yeah, just, it would just be a place for us to put an ambulance.
Got it.
And that ambulance would still respond all throughout our zone.
Be fewer calls that Selma would have to cede to other agencies then, potentially?
That is one of the locations, as we talked about, adding a fourth ambulance. That fourth ambulance will reduce the amount of calls that other people, that we have to give up to other agencies. And that fourth ambulance would factor into
Interesting.
potentially, placing that there.
Thank you. All right. Acting Police Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Selma City Council members. I have a few things to talk about, and I promise I will talk fast. This past Sunday, in the afternoon, Selma gang member, late afternoon, Selma gang member who is Sunday afternoon hour. It was about 1:30. One of our officers conducted a vehicle stop, and during the course of that traffic stop, passengers inside the vehicle had a firearm in their possession, close guns. Juveniles were driver was also arrested for permitting an firearm in his vehicle. On the same day, and they were happening all over the country. Last week of school, mentioned earlier, we did increase our have officers who are assisting with the ALMS promotion last night. So we had officers participating in that. We also had officers participating tonight at the Heartland graduation that's currently being conducted at the Selma High School. The Selma High School graduates tomorrow, and we will be kind of hopefully put people at ease, just involved with that. And then regards to active shooter, I will tell you, once again, I will highlight again that we have been meeting with the school district. Kind of interesting. It's pretty neat to know that unfortunately, I had to lock down a school last week. We had an individual running in front of Eric White School. Wasn't a threat to the school. However, as a precaution, we locked down the school and we notified one of the administrators. He was in a meeting, just answered the phone and took care of it. So he knows when we're calling, he needs the answer. So it's pretty awesome that we have that communication. No one was hurt during that incident, which staff at Eric White and the police department did a phenomenal job of communicating. I have some great news to add to today's. So this has been a long work in progress. The dispatch move. We have been operating out of the old police department for a long time. I am happy to report that on June 20th, AT&T will be moving the equipment to the new police department, and we should be up and running by June 25th. And we will no longer be dispatching out of the old police department, which is amazing news. And we've been working on this project for a year and a half. So it's hopefully it'll not that the morale's down, but hopefully it'll increase the morale and the dispatchers will they're finally coming home. Is the way we look at it. So it's great news. Also too, this week we actually just activated it. We activated our telephone auto attendant. Basically now when you call the police department, you can press different prompts and it will, instead of talking to the dispatcher, you basically push the prompt and where you want to be connected. So if you want to be connected to the records to ask questions about a police report, if you want to talk to the on-duty supervisor, you push a prompt. If you want to get transferred to evidence, you push a prompt and so on and so on. So the reason for that auto attendant, it's been a work in progress for about 5 years. It's basically a phone tree. The whole reason for that is to alleviate phone calls to the dispatcher so they can be available for non-emergency calls. And then last week, our neighborhood watch team conducted a neighborhood watch meeting at the 1701 Dinuba Avenue, McCall Village mobile homes, and they were able to share a lot of information to the tenant. That's all I have to report on this thing.
Thank you, Acting Chief Garza. Anybody else have any questions? Okay, with that, we'll move on to Parks and Community Services.
Mayor Robertson, City Council, just 2 items real quick. A big thank you to Kaiser Permanente. City Manager, I got an official word that funded $25,000 to the senior nutrition program.
Great.
So this funding will go July 1st through June 30th of 2023. Big help along with the county fund. So we're averaging about 2 special meals per week now with restaurants, and the seniors love that. Much better. And also a big thank you to Selma Healthcare District. They just approved $7,900 to sponsor the recreation swim at the high school for the kids this summer. So
that what, the 9th year? A couple years off of COVID?
Yeah, good question. I think it's about the 8th or 9th year.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, it goes up and down. Depends bingo trips, our today's bingo, we had to actually use the side room because we had every single table full. Mondays are really good. So the trips, we've actually canceled more trips in the last 8 months than I've canceled 26 years. Clovis is having the same challenge. So we're working with other cities. COVID is not over in the seniors' mind. And so sitting in a bus is kind of a challenge. The seniors come to the center to do all their stuff, but not really quite ready to take that next step. And in addition to that, are obviously the bus lines have increased their prices. Cost of fuel, we have to pay for it. So I will tell you, I really appreciate MB Transportation. If we go in Fresno County, we're going to the zoo on Thursday. They went to Fresno last month. It's $5 per person for a 30-passenger bus, no matter how many seniors are on the bus. So even if we only get 15, it's still $5 a senior. So that's very reasonable. That's a good option. So they're having a lot of fun.
Thanks for that report.
And then one more thing, I wanted to mention Selma Healthcare District did speak about doing swim lessons next year also. This year's swim lessons, if you hear about it, will be at Fowler High School. It's a combination Selma, Fowler, and Fowler. Last year, they had to do the same thing during the season. One is just not getting enough people signed up, and two, they can't get lifeguards. They're having to combine programs. Like, there's so many jobs available right now. It's same with lifeguards. Kids, we typically get high school kids and college kids for lifeguards. That's always been tradition. With so many other jobs, they're going to those jobs because they don't have to pay for the first aid class, the CPR class, and then obviously the lifeguard class. So a lifeguard typically will put $200 or $300 in just for training. Imagine a high school kid, his first 3 or 4 or 5 days is reimbursing their training. And so they can go to work now for other options and not have to pay for any training. So we're going to be promoting the swim lessons. It's 10-minute drive. So I still think it's important, but our recreation swim will be at the high school pool on Saturdays and Sundays.
Nice. There'll be lanes for seniors and for those with special needs, right?
Yeah, they designate the side 2 lanes for kind of needs, or we actually had a person come in today for wanting to do lap swim.
Oh, nice. And that's 12 to 4 on weekends, right? Not Tuesdays.
Yeah, he's trying to look for 7 days a week, but I tell him, well, we can help you for 2 days a week.
That's good stuff. Thank you. All right, council reports. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
I don't have, I just have a couple things. I went to the March for Jesus event that they had here in town, and that was where I saw the stuff on 2nd Street that we talked about. And then I also attended the Memorial Day celebration, and that was my very first year that I had attended that, and it was just really beautiful and overwhelming just to see all the flags. And one of the things that was noted on the program was that there's 1,100 veterans currently at the Selma District Cemetery, is what they noted. That's 1,100. I'm gonna rephrase that. I'm gonna say that again. 1,100 veterans. So that's a lot of veterans. And so I wanted to make sure I mentioned that. Also, I just, on a personal, or 2 things. One, make sure you go out and vote. Polls close at 8 o'clock. So if you haven't voted, we'll try and get out here before 8 o'clock. And then on a personal note, my husband and my anniversary is on Thursday, the 9th. It's 27. So happy anniversary. Got it?
All right, thank you. Councilmember Trio.
I also attended the Memorial Day, and that was a nice event. Number 2 was appointed about 2 months ago to the Measure O committee. We've been going and we've been looking at all the schools, and that in itself is a lot. And I believe that, the school district is got, some things that we got to look at. And so I'm there, I'm representing the community. Another one is, I want to thank the fire department, and this is coming from my wife. My father-in-law passed away Friday, and one thing she mentioned to me was that she could not tell me how much she appreciated everything that you guys did. Every time you guys are there, and she knows everybody because of the restaurant. And she told me, she says, one thing we have in Selma is, man, that fire department, everybody knows each other. And, so I want to thank you, and I want to thank your staff for everything that you guys did for my father-in-law. And I also just want you guys to know that things have been hard, but at the same time, it just gives you a reflection of, family and friends. I mean, people in general, respecting people and being humble to everything. And I just want to tell you guys that, that's part of what life is about, life and death. That's that. And another note, I really appreciate the fact that this team, Fernando, your team's coming together, and we're doing, you guys have a big role to play. And there's a lot of options and there's a lot of things, just sidetracking, but stay with it. Stay with it, because we really appreciate I really appreciate every one of you guys for all the hard work. And, but in that, I just thank you guys all.
Okay. Honestly, I'm really jet lagged right now, but just from what I remember, I did attend the memorial service there at the cemetery, and it was, it's near and dear to my heart because I have a lot of family that are in the service and are veterans as well and have passed away. So it's always beautiful to attend that service. I've attended several years now, and it's always beautiful. The other thing is, I just want to say again, thank you to all the staff as well. I know everybody, I mean, sometimes, we may be working with short staff and we may not always have everybody there, but we do the best we can. And I really appreciate that because it shows, it really does. So I want to thank everyone for that. And other than that, I think I'm good. Can't remember.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the dynamic trio. Huh? So I am proud of you guys too. I did attend a news conference with the Congressman Jim Costa. We were at the Fresno Chaffee Zoo, and they partnered with the Fresno Housing Authority, and they're going to donate 8,000 tickets to families that can't afford to go to the zoo. So that was pretty neat. And most of the money came from the financial banks institution. And basically, we didn't know, I don't know if you guys know it, but one of the Central Valley's biggest attraction is the zoo. They have 6,000 visitors a year. So that was pretty interesting to hear. On Memorial Day, I was at my Chinese Association picnic, which is every year for about the 70 years. And it's at Woodward Park. So I was there. Sorry, I missed our thing. Tomorrow morning, the Golden Grads will be serving breakfast. Golden Grads are anybody that has graduated 50 years or more. So I'm going to tell you how old I am again. and we'll be serving the breakfast for our seniors tomorrow before their graduation. So I will be doing that at the high school. And that's all I have.
Thank you. I was honored to be the keynote speaker at that Memorial Day observance in Selma at the cemetery. It is powerful and it's overwhelming to see all the sacrifice of so many veterans who made the ultimate sacrifice. And it was a great day for honoring their memory and really coming together and seeing, our Congressional Medal of Honor, having one of our 2 Silver Star recipients, Philip Herrera, and another gentleman from World War II. Mr. Herrera went to Vietnam, and he was 18 years old, his whole life ahead of him, and he was out in platoon and he was killed. I mean, his life ended before it had even begun, but he showed heroism just like William Shockley did in World War II. So much bravery there, sacrifice. I had someone complain to me about the condition of the Berry Park skate park, saying that the graffiti is out of control there. When they had a problem, some of the kids have a problem going there and seeing some of the swear words and some of the tagging. I also had a question, the status of car washes in Selma. I saw a charity car wash on May 22nd, Floral and McCall. I thought we never repealed that prohibition on car washes from the last drought. And I think we talked about code enforcement in the future going out on weekends. So that might be something to take a look at as well. I attended a Calvans meeting about catalytic converter theft bills that are going through the state Senate and Assembly. Adam Gray has one. The chair of the Department of Finance the elected Department of Finance has one going through. One of the ideas is that you have to give a thumbprint if you're going to get a catalytic converter. Another is the manufacturers have to inscribe the vehicle ID number on the catalytic converter so you can identify it, which doesn't really get to the problem because people get the converters right for the metal. They don't really care about the converters, but it's a start. And at least the the system is looking at ways of reducing the incidence of catalytic converter theft, which we really need to do. It's expensive, and a lot of these pickups have 3 or 4 of them on. For the second time this year, Pro PT Physical Therapy was tagged with graffiti. I don't think I mentioned that at the last meeting, and I want to thank the property owners for covering the graffiti. So they did a really good job getting on that. And more complaints about 13, 15 rows, about the condition of the yard. People aren't there. Just it was bad, and then it got disked, and now it's bad again. So hopefully code enforcement can check that. And I read today that cold-blooded insects thrive in warmer climates, which is why you'll probably be seeing more cockroaches around the city in the coming months. So that was kind of an interesting thought. And with that, we will go to oral communications. Does anybody have anything they'd like to say at this time?
Hi, Teresa Salas. Just a concern, something that I've noticed. I've got a grandson playing T-ball. They play on Tuesdays and Thursdays at Schaefer Park. And the games are staggered. There's lots of people. For one little 5-year-old, we've got 20 just in our family. So, but the parking is just a nightmare. And there are people who are parking in the handicap parking who don't have handicap, that's visible to me anyway. There are people who are parking in the red zones where the ramp is, where people can walk up who have wheelchairs, walkers, or whatever. All of that's being blocked. And I never see anybody out there policing or looking, they only have 1 week left, but there's girls softball, there's adult baseball, and it's just seems like it's a constant problem. And I don't know if there's anybody who monitors that, code enforcement, police officers, or somebody that can kind of control that or regulate that a little bit. It would be nice. Thank you.
City managers taking notes and the police chiefs. Thank you. Anyone else? Do we have anyone on the phone or on Zoom? With that, we'll bring it back. Is there a motion to adjourn? All right. Thank you, everybody. We're adjourned.